Check one, two, check one, two. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Check one, two, check one, two, check one, two. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome to Track Talk. What are y'all up to today? Check one, two, check one, two, check one, two. We are live. Maverick's in the building. What's up, Maverick? What's up? Hope you're doing amazing. Welcome into the stream, y'all. We're just getting things flowing here, just getting things on and lined up. Talk to me. Welcome into the chat. Appreciate you hopping in here. What are y'all up to today? How were your holidays? If you did anything at all, talk to me about that a little bit. I'm excited y'all are here in the stream. Thank y'all so much for tapping into Track Talk today. J Factory's in the building. What's up, J Factory? So good to see you. I appreciate you hopping into the live stream as well. If you're over on TikTok, please make sure that y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. We'll be listening to some music here in just a little bit as well. Hopefully, we'll get into some music here in just a bit. But first of all, y'all just talk to me. Tell me what's going on. Jay, I appreciate you being here so much. What are y'all up to today? Holidays were rough this year, dealing with executive dysfunction and trying to get motivated. Man, can I relate? And my wife and I can very, very closely relate. This was an interesting year. This was an interesting year. It feels, without just like, starting off the stream like being super depressed and stuff like that. It feels like kind of harder. Texas Plumber, welcome in. It feels harder and harder every year to really get into the feeling and the spirit of things. It also doesn't help. It doesn't help at all that it is like 82 degrees here. I'm in Texas right now. Killer's Priest, thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. It's like 80 degrees here now. That doesn't help. That's not helpful. But also, I just feel like life is Maverick, literally. Jester, thanks for hopping in. Ian, thanks for hopping in. Literally, Maverick, like my wife and I have like consciously been like, sometimes we're just like, dude, I just want to sit on my phone. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overstimulated. I just need to be for a second. I just need to be for a second. And then we're both like, we should probably put something on we should probably put Santa Claus on in the bathroom. Something to make me feel. It's like, it sounds so like, I don't know, depressing and stuff like that. But I'm like, we should probably at least like fake it till we make it or something. Jester, we're doing all right. We're doing pretty good. Just hopping into the stream now. We're going to get things, quick, grab the jingle bells. Get some eggnog, whatever. So like, I mean, I enjoy this. Is like, it used to be, like one of my favorite times of the year. I still enjoy, the spirit of it, but I don't know. It just feels different. I don't know. It feels different. Jester, what kind of music am I into? I listen to all and produce and make and create and mix all kinds of music all the way across the board. The stuff that I typically personally gravitate towards, which is going to be different than a lot of other answers necessarily in what I typically work on. But what I tend to gravitate towards myself consumer wise is like towards like 80s stuff, synthwave, dark wave, Kavinsky, Depeche Mode, Tears for Fears, kind of in that space right there. Adataki, welcome in. Thank you so much for hopping in. Good to see you. I'm not in Nashville. I'm in Texas. San Antonio. Alex is in the building. Welcome in, Alex. I appreciate you hopping in. Of course I do. You were rating the headphones. Bongo's in the building. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Actually, the last time we streamed, so I didn't stream the last 2 days. The last 2 days we streamed, we had like an alternative punk band, and then we had like a progressive metal band that came in, and we were doing consultations with them throughout the last probably hour and a half of the live. It was a blast, dude. I work with a lot of artists in that space as well. So even though like I tend to gravitate like personally towards like synthwave and like stuff like that. That's just me. I've got a bunch of synths. I've played piano since I was 6 years old. So synth heavy music tends to be what I gravitate towards. But I work on, consult with, and do a lot of different genres. No. Do I have the DTs? Of course I've got that. The DTs are always here. They're always hanging out in the background. There they are. DT770s are always right there in the background of the stream. If you would like to submit, we're talking a little bit here. We're just getting the stream rolling. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share it the live with a few people. If you would like to send in some music, if you would like to get into a consultation, which is part of what we do here on the live stream, as well as just, talk music, answer questions, stuff like that. It's a nice chill space, but we also love getting into the nuances and the details of music. So another side of what we do. I love them too. They're a great pair of headphones. Are these detailed consultations? If you would like one, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all of the details in order to send in your music right there. Just read through and please follow all of the steps right there. These are like 20 to 30 minute breakdowns. They're long form, they're detailed, they're multiple times through your song. So if you're interested in stuff like that, then definitely make sure you go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see everything that you need right there. Did anyone do anything? I know, Maverick, we were talking about how, I don't know, disconnected you can sometimes feel from this time of the year, because I know it's different for everybody. Everyone's like family situation is different as well. Everyone's kind of outlook on how this part of the year and time of the year feels is very different for every single person that comes through. But did anybody do anything interesting, anything fun, anything like out of the ordinary? Were you traveling? You doing anything interesting? Let me know. Let me know. My friends are in a band called Florence Road. You give a listen to Heavy by them. Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah. Erwin, thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate that. Where are you located, Alex? Where's the band? Where's the band located, rather? A song I'd like to give is Daniel Connie, Trans Family. Maverick moved to. Oh, so you just very recently moved to Nashville. Very cool, man. Ireland's in the building. Let's go. That sounds sick. Take me there, please. Take me there. I don't know if there's room. I don't know if there's room for me and my wife in Ireland, but please, 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 please take us in. Take us in. Please, I'll do it. I'll do anything. Get me out of here. It's hot. It's humid. It's so many other things beyond hot and humid. Mo is in the building. What's up, Mo? Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, if y'all are just coming in for the first time, definitely make sure that y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. If you wouldn't mind sending your harmony for the day, it does really help the structure of the live, the exposure of the live. Bandy, thank you so much for hopping in over on the Purple app. That's what I have to call it because TikTok's sensitive. But that's welcome in over on the Purple app. I appreciate you so much. Man, it's too cold over here. You might want to go back to not a chance. I am in San Antonio, Texas, and my wife and I both, of course, Bandy, drop it in the chat. We both love the cold. We are craving the cold. Chantia's in the building. What's up, Chantia? Thank you so much for hopping in. We love the cold. We're craving the cold. We want to move at the very least north. At the very least, we want to move north. We want it to be cold and rainy. We've traveled and seen other places. Like we've been around a little bit, and it is too hot. It's too humid. We can't stand it. It's like depressing for us. In the same way that like constantly rainy, cloudy, stuff can be really frustrating for other people, or like depressing for other people. We're at the other side, where if it's like hot and humid and muggy all the time, just like brutally hot all the time, like it is in Texas most of the time, we get depressed because we when it's 104 degrees in the middle of the summer and 85% humidity, you don't do anything. You don't go. It's brutal. I hate it so much. So please take us to Ireland. Take us in. All right, we'll be stowaways. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas. Thank you so much, Shanti. It was really nice. It was very chill, which is much needed for me right now. I'm very grateful it was very chill this year. There's just so much going on at the same time though. Perfection, thank you so much for hopping in. Ooh, oh no, I die it's same, Alex. It's not okay. It's not okay that it is that hot. So we love the cold. We love the rain. We love seasons more than anything. Like the problem with, and then Bandy, I got you. The problem with San Antonio, the problem with Texas is that there are no real seasons. Like I just said, it is Deb's in the building. Welcome in, Deb. It is like 80 to 90% of the year. And then there's another 5% that's like 105. And then there's another 5, maybe one, like there's like 4 days that it's like 34. and then the rest of the year is just hot. It's humid. I'm not trying to sorry, like hopping on this live stream just complaining for 10 minutes about Texas heat. But it is absolutely happy boxing. Is it happy boxing? I don't know if it's happy boxing day. If it is happy boxing day. It is so brutal. So that, yeah, like, Christmas yesterday, it was like 82 degrees. And we were like outside in like shorts and a t-shirt, like sitting around a table, just like eating tamales and stuff. Like, I was like, this is weird. This is weird. This is not how it's supposed to be. It was really nice, Deb. It was really nice. Thank you so much for asking. I hope it was amazing, or at the very least, very, just, chill and calming for everyone who did happen to celebrate this year. Vandy said, oh yeah, Seattle Meister. Like I've in the States, I've been to Colorado a bunch. I've been to Washington. I've been to New York. I've been all around the States, and I like it cold. I can confidently say, having been in a lot of different states, I like it cold. I prefer it cold. I would if there was going to be, Deb, thank you for the heart me. If there were going to be several months of the year under snow or ice or whatever, I prefer the challenges of dealing with that over the complete and utter, ridiculousness that it is being 105 degrees. Thank you, Prince of Prick of Perfection. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Bandy said over on the Purple app, I have this song I've created and I'm unsure if I should get someone else on it or should I finish with my own vocals. It's a rough draft version. If you don't mind giving it a listen. Also made it in the bathroom. Okay, let's go. Yeah, if anybody does want to submit, we're going to get, thank you for the tiny Christmas and thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that so much. Deb, you're amazing. I appreciate the love. If anybody does want to send in for a consultation, we're going to get into some consultations here in just a bit. If you want to submit and you're over on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. If you're over on the Purple app, type !submit right there in the chat. And if you are on the Red app, you can kind of use your imagination and go where you think you need to be. Go to the description of the live stream right below the live, and you'll see the link and all of the details right there. Just make sure that you do read through and follow all those details so that we can get you up on the screen or get you up on the board and up on the list here in just a little bit. But yeah, if anybody does want to submit, we'll get into some music consultations here in a bit. And for those of you who have maybe never been here before as well, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. I'm so glad that y'all are here. I appreciate that follow as well. Big Fets, welcome in. What we do in Track Talk, beyond just talking tracks in between as well, we also do long form consultations. So we do 20 to 30 minute deep dive long form consultations to multiple times through your song, 20 to 30 minutes long, getting into the details and the nuances of your music. So we're going to talk through the mix and master, the production elements, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting, so on and so on. We're going to go deep into the structure of your music. If that's something that you're interested in, of course, you can find those links and get yourself up there. But this is not a quick review. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. This is strictly a long form, in-depth analysis of what you're doing creatively so that we can get into the details of your music. I'm not here to trash you or roast you. I'm not here to hype you up or just give you exposure. The goal is the music. The goal is really digging into the details and the nuances of what you're doing creatively, and hopefully, ideally, offering some specific, practical, and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. That's what this is all about. This is what this live stream has been about for the last 3 years. Gizmo, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Deb, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the help. That's what this live stream has been about I got Canadian there for a second, but is what it's been about for the last 3 years or so, almost 3 years that we've been doing this live stream to really get into the details. And for those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That's what I do full-time. It's what I've done for the last 13 plus years. I'm also a classically trained musician. So the perspective of this live stream is from that perspective. It's like I said, it's not, I'm not here to just hype you up. I'm not here to just review. I'm not here to just roast you and see if I like your song or not. It's to get into the details, and we will get into the details. If you've been here before, we're going to get into the details. So once again, if you would like to, woohoo, Canadian, let's go. I know sometimes I have to. So I have really, really bad dust allergies. Kraken's in the building. Welcome in, Kraken. Appreciate you for hopping in so much. Yeah, I have really, really bad dust allergies, and we were doing some like thrifting and some stuff earlier today before I started working, and my dust allergies get really, really bad, and it kind of inflames my eyes, and then it makes it even worse when I'm staring at screens for like the next 6 hours. So when I start working on music or start working on productions and mixing and stuff like that, it gets my eyes get really really dry and really really bad. So having like blue light glasses and stuff like that definitely helps me out. But they're not like prescription glasses, but it helps my eyes not feel so like inflamed, especially if my allergies are really bad. Sorry, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it, Alex. That sounds really cool and good for upcoming artists. That's what it's all about, Alex. That's what it's all about. That's what the whole structure of this live is for. Bandy said over on the Purple app, this is perfect for me because I need some guidance of what I need to focus on. Dude, I got you. That's what this is all about. We've been doing this live stream in this format. Again, not a review, but a long form, like I said, 20 to 30 minute focused on you, multiple listen breakdown of your music. We've been doing it like that for nearly, I think in February, it'll be 3 years that we've been doing that consistently outside of all the projects and stuff that I'm working on. So that is the whole goal of the live stream. Like I said, I'm not going to roast you. I'm not going to just hype you up. We're not here for exposure. If you get some, awesome. If you get to collaborate, awesome. If you get some network here, fantastic. It's just not the priority. The priority is the details and the nuances of the music, what you're doing creatively. So if that's what you're here for, there's a lot of places. There's a lot of places that are great for hype. There's a lot of great places that are great for exposure. There's a lot of places that are great for just getting a quick spin on your music. But if you want to dive in, that's what the space is all about. Yeah, 100%, Deb. But yeah, thank y'all so much for hopping in. We're going to get things moving here in just a little bit. Soul Train's in the building. Thank you so much for hopping in. If you're on TikTok, make sure you're tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. We'll get moving with some music here in just a couple minutes, hopefully. Once again, if you would like to submit, if you're on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk. If you are on the Purple app, type !submit right there in the chat. If you are on the Red app, just go to the description for the live stream and you'll see the link right there. Beautiful. Deb said, I got roasted on another live a while ago. So glad there's people like you out here, constructive and honest. Thank you so much, Deb. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's like what I've just come to understand about like the live space. Leeville's in the building. What's up, Leeville? Thanks for hopping in. What I've come to understand more, about the space and kind of the culture of music on TikTok is that there's just I want there to be a space for everything, right? Like I think there's people that they really want to get roasted or they want to like they want to have something so good and so cool that they like beat the person that's roasting, which never happens. You just keep sending in and they keep just saying that something's shitty about your music, and then on the other side, you go to some places and they're just hyping you up like crazy. Like they're just hyping everything up. Everyone is the most amazing artist they've ever heard. And they just do that to hopefully encourage, I think, more engagement. And I don't really care about either of those things. I don't care about like overtly like unspecific negative feedback, and I also don't care a whole lot about just people getting hyped up. I don't really care a whole lot necessarily about exposure, at least in the context of this live. What I really, really like, as you know very well, Deb, is just like the details of the music. I love getting into like the really practical, nuanced details of artists and producers and engineers' music, the craft that they're working on, and just seeing, like, just using my ear and seeing if there's any way that we can really dive into those details, offer some tools, offer some tips, offer some experience that maybe I have to help improve on the structure of the music. And if that's possible, then that's what this lane is all about. But yeah, there's plenty of spaces. There's plenty, whatever. Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. That's the name of the name I saw at the top of the screen. Don't feel like I'm mad at someone. Whatever. Thank you for hopping in the stream. But yeah, there's plenty of spaces for all those other ways of doing it. But I like to go deep. I like to get into the details of the music. If y'all are here in the chat, talk to me about what kind of music that you make. Talk to me about the kind of music that you make. with one hand. People say I make, this is Bandy over on the Purple app. People say I make like John Legend type music and slow and sad. Ooh, I like this. Sometimes I'm just in the mood for slow and sad. Every once in a while, like again, like I make a lot of like synth heavy stuff in my own, like a lot of the work that I do. But you know, and I feel like there's a really big gap in that where it's either like really like dark, moody, like dark wave synth stuff, synth wave, dark 80s style music, or it's like synth pop, dream pop stuff, which is like really preppy and and really poppy. And I feel like I have to really be in the mood for either one. You know, like sometimes I'm like, dude, I just need to vibe out. I need to chill. I feel like I need to like be really, really like just really laid back with the music structure. And then other times I'm like, dude, I need something to make me happy. I gotta have some like more poppy stuff. So I relate, Bandy. Sometimes you just need slow and sad. Sometimes you just need slow and sad. Let me see. Whatever said, I've made a song called If I Stay. It's on Spotify. Mine, Harrison. It started as an experiment, so would love some feedback on it. Yeah, exactly what Deb said. If you would like to submit for a consultation, please do. Go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You should see all the details there. Just make sure you follow them, and we'll get you up on the board. Really quick note, Deb, if you can, I know it's so helpful, but TikTok can really pause things and limit things, especially on the For You page if you put emails in the comments and stuff like that. So if you wouldn't mind not putting the email, that definitely can limit the exposure. Even though I know that sounds backwards, it's so helpful, but it also can kind of slow the whole thing down. Of course, whatever. I appreciate you. Okay, Bandy, let me double check a couple things. Let me hopefully also get a few things updated here really quick as we're getting the live. Yeah, they're super tricky. Thank you so much, Deb. I appreciate you so much. TikTok's just really finicky. They're really, really finicky. If you basically do anything, you know, for the most part that they think is like sending people anywhere, then then they get weird. They get weird about it, and they start slowing things down and suspending you and like whatever, like little things like that. So we always have to be like kind of. That's why I'm like saying purple app, red app, whatever. You know, I don't even know. No, I don't think it was, but sometimes what you'll see is like all of a sudden it'll go like, it'll be like 13, 15 people. And then you see it like dropped into like 4, 3, and it just like never quite goes anywhere. It's usually because they've like restricted it from the For You page or like something weird like that. And they won't even like necessarily tell you. They'll just take signs. They'll just see like, oh, people are dropping, you know, links in there. They're dropping emails. They're telling them to go to, you know, what that purple app actually is. They're putting people in other places, and they'll and then they start slowing you down and stuff, but they won't even tell you sometimes. All right, let's see. And then Bandy, I'm assuming are your initials JM? Is that you? Just so I can make sure I get all the, I need to refresh my emails here really quick, and let me make sure that I get everything up on the board. Is it no problem at all? I decided to. Okay, beautiful. I decided to take my music more serious about a couple months ago. Beautiful, dude. I'm so glad. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for trusting me with your music, man. I appreciate that a lot. If you wouldn't mind, just make sure that you do send the email in. It might be on its way already. The track might be on its way already, but just make sure that you do send it. The email's at the top of that like form right there, the top of that page right there. All right, let me double check and let me get you up on the board. I'll keep refreshing just in case it wasn't sent in. All right, let's see. We got, is Bandy your artist name? Is that what I should put up on the list? Let me know. Endless Rift is in the building. Deb, thank you so much for the TikTok. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the gifts. I really appreciate that. If you're over on TikTok, let's try to get to 3,000 likes before we kickstart the music. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen. If you wouldn't mind sharing out the live with a few people. Dante's in the building. Dante, welcome in. Sending your heart me for the day. It does help with the algorithm as well. Jazz, thank you so much for being here. My artist name is Just End. Okay, got you. Let me update some things over here. But you did send the email? I'll check spam too, just to make sure. I'm not seeing it. But let me go ahead and get you up on the list because I did get your submission with credit. Artist name. I know I want to get the right name. Just End. Beautiful. I got you. You're up on the board, ready to go. Appreciate you so much. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Go to that same link, the submission link that you went to, and then it's right there. I think it's like in the first step. It's like right there in the first step. Just copy that. Just copy that email over, and then it's all right there. That way you can send a file. You can send a Spotify link, whatever's the easiest for you. I'll listen to anything as long as I have access to it. If it's a Drive or a Dropbox or something like that. But if it's Spotify, you can just send the link to that and I'll open it on Spotify. Let's see. Let's see. What's happening over on TikTok? What's happening over on TikTok? What are y'all up to? Deb, I appreciate just man the shares, the likes, all that, the gifts. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that a lot. No, no, no. And we're gonna get into some music here in just a tad. In just a tad. Let's see. Melinda's in the building. What's up, Melinda? How are you feeling today? I appreciate you hopping into the live stream. How have y'all's holidays been? I appreciate y'all being here. Let me know. And if you make music, if you're hopping into the live stream. Purcell, thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here as well. If you make music, tell me what kind of music that you make. Talk to me a little bit. Let me double check some things over here real quick. Betty Aiken's in the building. Porter, thank you so much for hopping into the stream as well. I see you over on TikTok. Thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate that a lot. We're gonna get music. Goodness gracious, y'all. We're gonna get moving with some music here in just a few minutes. In just a few minutes, the music is gonna start. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen. Tapping the screen. We got to get to a couple thousand likes here, and then we're going to get things flowing. As soon as I get Bandy's, JG, welcome in as well. As soon as I get Bandy's email, we'll get that track downloaded and ready to go here in just a little bit as well. But I appreciate y'all being here. Tap the screen. We're almost there, y'all. Almost there. ADK's in the building. What's up, ADK? All right, let me see. Let me double check. Is it a different name on the email? Oh, there you go, Justin. I got you. And then August, I got your email. Just waiting on the other side. But let me get this moving here. Alex is in the building. What's up, Alex? All right, y'all. It is Mike Music's in the building. What's up, Mike? Thank you so much for hopping in. Let's see. Ray Boy's in the building. Welcome back, Ray Boy. Appreciate you being here. I do EDM orchestral remixes of video music. Yay, that's super, super cool, man. I love that, dude. That's really, really cool. Really, really cool. Thank you so much for tapping in the stream. I appreciate that a lot. Is it better to design? Okay, let me answer that here in a question. Justin, I got you. So we got Just End. That's how you pronounce it, right? That's how you pronounce it. You're Always There, Rough Draft, Part 1. Let me get this downloaded. Video game music. Okay, super cool, man. Super cool. I didn't know if you were just talking about like for sync, like video music, however you were structuring that. But either way, video game music. That's really cool, man. I love that. Love it. You got to get, you probably have already maybe, but you got to get into like edits. That's super popular with like game highlights and movie highlights and stuff like that. Taking popular songs, remixing them cinematically, and then them becoming like, y'all have all heard the, where has you been all my life? The whole remix of that went crazy, crazy viral. Hundreds and millions of views on it. And I mean, that's, it can be a powerful way to get your music out there if you're working as a composer or wanting to work as a composer, wanting to work as like as someone in film score and stuff like that. It's really, really cool. Let me see. Okay, this is Bandy. I did my best to mix it and record with what I have. Hope you like it. All the background vocals are me as well. Let's go, Bandy. We're going to get into it in just 1 second. Let me make sure I have everything updated here. Last little spiel, and then I'll answer Deb's question here in just a moment. But if you would like to submit your music, maybe you've never been here before, we're about to get into our first consultation of the night. If you would like to submit for a consultation, what we do here are not quick reviews. These are not trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. This is not about anybody else in the room. This is about you. This is about you right here. If you're sending in your music, this is all about you. We are going to spend 20 to 30 minutes going deep into the structure of your music. We're going to dive into the details of your mix, production, sound design, your choices there, your lyric and song formatting and structure, so on and so on. The goal of this live stream is not to hype you up. The goal of this live stream is not to trash you or roast you. The goal is to get deep into the details of your music and hopefully, ideally, offer some specific, practical, and actionable feedback. So I'm not ever going to just tell you, get a better mix, bro, have better energy on the mic, and then move on, right? We're not just going to say like, yeah, it was pretty cool, but I wasn't really feeling your energy, and then we move on. We are going to talk specifically, hyper specifically, about what that means, how that's manifesting in your mix and production and lyric structure, and what we can potentially do to improve on those things. If that's interesting to you, then if you're on TikTok, you can find all the info to submit by going to my profile, clicking on the link, and clicking on Track Talk Submission. If you are on the Purple app, use your imagination, type exclamation point right there, and just type exclamation point submit right there in the chat. If you're on the Red app, go to the description for the live stream and you'll see everything that you need right there. Let's get into this first track though. We're going to dive into it. And actually, let me answer Deb's question really quick. Devin Payne is in the building. She said, question, is it better to get signed to a record label even if it's indie based, or question mark, or kind of open-ended? Proximity, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. This to me, I'm completely independent and have always been completely independent. I've worked with artists that are all the way across the board, that are signed, that are on solo deals, or that are completely independent. To me, this submit on Track Talk section, correct? Yeah, I can throw, the line is wide open, so let me just throw it up on this, or not, it's not wide open, but I'll throw it up on the screen here for a second. The line is over on the Red or Purple app, so you can find those at my link as well, but I'll throw it up onto the screen here. In fact, let me get, I'm going to go ahead and move Just End forward. I got Mitch and Mike on there from the other day. I want to keep them in their spot, but I got Just End at the top here. To me, the answer to this question, Deb, and Libby, thank you so much for the heart. We appreciate you being here. The answer to this question is completely dependent on what you want out of your music career and on your knowledge of the industry. If you find yourself to be in a deficit of knowledge and you don't have a lot of experience and you don't have a lot of knowledge of what you're even doing with your music, I would be extremely wary of signing deals that you don't understand. You can hire a music lawyer, you can hire someone to kind of look into the contracts and go over everything with you, of course. But if you don't have a lot of experience, I would prefer most often that you stay independent until you feel like you have enough experience, knowledge, and movement that it would be valuable for you to sign. And if/when you sign, that you have a very clear understanding of what you're signing and why. Signing in and of itself is not a good thing. Signing in and of itself is also not a bad thing. And you'll hear both on this app and on other apps really passionately, right? Like that indie is the only way, or that signing is the only way to go. And you'll find people that say, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You'll hear people that say signing is the only way for it to work, and another group of people will say like, if you sign, then like it's over and you're going to be in debt for the rest of your life and you're going to get taken advantage of. And the same can happen on either side, right? So it just depends on what you want. Are you looking to kind of live a more chill life? You want to be in control over your creative expression. You want to be control over your schedule. You want to own the masters to your music. Do you own publishing on what you're doing? Do you want to tour? Do you need like a tour manager? Do you need like a booking agent? Do you need what are you looking for, right? And I think when you're thinking of the question of being signed, a lot of it just comes down to, what do you want out of your music career? For me, I'm independent. I don't want anyone to have a say in what I do at all. I'm in a lucky position because I have the skill sets to do all of the things, right? Not everyone does, right? So I have a studio. I have a production studio space here in our home. I write all of my own music, and the music that I work on around what I do, even for like libraries and stuff like that. I write it all. I produce all of my own stuff. I play every single instrument. I track and perform all of the vocals, and I've been a mix and mastering engineer for 13 years. So I mix and master all my own stuff. So there's no real benefit for me to have to like get other people to do those things. I like doing all those things. I'm passionate about doing all of those things. I don't want anyone else to do those things. Um, I also have zero desire to tour. I don't want to go perform places. I mean, I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy, like chilling at home with Libby, working really, really hard when we're working and just being off together, traveling together, doing what we want to do together. I have zero desire to perform, to put myself out there on stage, whatever it may be. No desire for that whatsoever. So for me, that's another like barrier where it's like, okay, I don't need anyone to take care of that either. So I don't need anyone to engineer for me. I don't need session musicians unless there's a particular instrument that I need to track for a record. I don't need engineering. I don't need session work. I don't need other executive producers. I don't need vocals. Even if I need a female vocal, I can just reach out to people as well. I don't need, Libby's also a great vocalist. I can bring her onto a record as well. I've got a ton of people around me in our circle independently that I can reach out to for session work, for vocals, for, instrumentals and stuff like that. I don't need any of those things. I also don't need, like we as well as some other people within our company, Obsidian Key, work in social media management and do a bunch of other stuff. I don't even need that from a label. I don't want to tour. I don't, whatever it may be, right? There's all these, like we have like Libby and other people around our team that have worked in like merch design and stuff. Like I don't need a lot of the different things that a label would offer, right? And so for me, it's not beneficial. And this is, again, just strictly about me. Do I think it's beneficial? It's not beneficial for me to like sign rights away, sign ownership away, sign my like time and resource away, be under the wing of something else where there's not a huge benefit to it, right? I feel like I lose more than I gain in that situation. And I'm not prioritizing the exposure of my personal music right now. I'm building more of the business of what I've done for the last 13 plus, plus years of engineering, music production, session work, library, stuff like that. So again, it comes down to, Deb, what do you want? Thank you for the heart puff. I appreciate it. What do you want? If you feel like you're crushing it, you're doing really, really well. Maybe you've got, I say you in general here, you've got a couple 100,000 monthly listeners and you're working and you're pushing and you're grinding and you feel like you've reached a cap and you need to like, you want to expand, you want to perform, but you don't even know where to go to perform. Then you might want to independently reach out to a booking agent. You might want to hire, a tour manager to like get you into some college campuses and some cool, small venues and stuff like that, or maybe reach out to a bunch of different local artists that are bigger, see if you can open for someone, whatever it may be, right? Having someone in your corner to do those things, if you want to, could be really beneficial. But if you really don't want any of those things and you're like, in my ideal world, I just create music how and when and where I want to. I have complete ownership of it and I push for exposure on social media, then you kind of have your answer. You don't need to give up ownership in order to make that happen. You would be better off just paying for the trades. You'd be better off instead of like signing away the rights to your music for the next 10 years or a shitty 360 deal where you just lose the rights to everything. You would be better off just like paying someone to help manage your social media. You would be better off just like paying a videographer like $1,000 to create 200 short form pieces of content that are 15 seconds a piece with like high quality video that you can just dump into the algorithm every day on every platform for the next 6 months and blast it out there. You might be better off just paying for an audio engineer, paying to work with some good session musicians, then signing your rights away and then never getting anything for it, right? And then, owning 3% of your music on the mechanical side. So that's where I'm like, again, what do you want? And that might be the perfect choice for someone else. Someone's like, dude, I don't care about the rights. I want to get volume. I want to get like a lot of people listening to my music. So I'm not worried about the money. I'm not worried about the rights. I would rather give all that up to boost exposure like crazy, hoping that on the other side of the deal, I can be up, I can get brand deals, I can get stuff like that where I have a bit more ownership. That's also valid. You just have to decide what you want. All right, y'all, let's get into some music. Lil Havoc, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Good question though. It's a question we talk about quite a bit over here too. People are always asking, what should I sign? It's not a black and white. It's not a black and white answer. There's some great labels out there. There's also some really predatory labels out there as well. So it just depends on what you're looking to do and what you're willing to sacrifice to get it. Amethyst, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Producer Switch, yeah, if you want to send in beats, you can. We get instrumentals here all the time. In fact, we get a lot of producers in here. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission, and we'll get you moving in the right direction. And then AK, okay, that's you. ADK, I got you. I just got the notification there. Let me get you up on the board. I got you as well. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that a lot. Chris Collins in the building. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk. If you're on the purple app, !submit. On the red app, go to the description for the live stream. Let's get into it. This is Bandy. Bandy's over on Twitch. Purple app. Sorry, TikTok. I'm so sorry. They're on the purple app. Jesus. I said, yeah, I create music, and if someone would love to work with me, that would be amazing. I love it, Bandy. Y'all tap in with Bandy. Bandy, let me know if you're on other platforms as well. And let me get a couple things updated here. Give me one moment. Let me make sure I got this. Give me 1 sec. Where did the not come through? That was weird. The notification went away. Hopefully I didn't miss. Hopefully I didn't miss someone there. Okay. Or let me see. 1 second. Okay. Joseph's in the building. Joseph, I hope you're doing fabulous. Thank you so much for hopping into the live stream. Merry post-Christmas. I know. Are y'all like, taking a break? You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot. Christmas is a lot. This season is a lot. At least it is for me. Belrin, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you for doing that. All right. Let's get into it. Okay, you're driving. You're driving. All right. We've got Just End in the building. They said this isn't the full vocals, just a rough draft. Okay, Just End. Give me all of the. You've given me some details. Give me all of the details. Talk to me about the production, your role in it, where you got it. Is it a BeatStars lease, YouTube strip, whatever it may be, right? Or did you work with a producer? Did you do it yourself? Are you self-engineering? Did you go to a studio, or are you working with an independent engineer? Talk me through some of those practical details so we can direct our attention a little bit. And let's get into the music. This is You're Always There. This is a rough draft by Just End. Marissa, welcome in. I've been on the road for about 9 hours so far. New Jersey back to Georgia. That's crazy. That's a drive right there. Hopefully it's like fairly relaxing and easy for you. That'd be awesome. All right, let's get it. Got you, Mark. Got you. Good to see you, man. Okay, cool. Where'd you get the production? Is this a BeatStars lease? YouTube sample. Got you. Let me play out some of the rest of the. Yeah, I want to hear this hook here. That you love me so, 'cause you're always there. I to Joseph. Appreciate you, man. Welcome over, 80K. Yeah, Twitch is glitchy. The red app is usually the most stable. The red app is typically the most stable. Thank you so much for hopping in, though. I appreciate it. All right, let's get into it. Y'all, show some love, show some love, show some love. That is Just End with a 3 instead of an E for end. Just End, if you're over on the purple app, that's Bandy right there in the chat, iBandy in the chat. Y'all, please show some love to Just End. Let's get into it. Yeah. If you find that, like, let's say the purple app is going to ads or it's a little bit glitchy over on TikTok, then the red app is typically the most consistent, the best quality audio and visual. So that I usually do recommend the red app if for any reason the other streams are unstable. It just happens. It happens for a myriad of different reasons. Also just a quick shout out to Bandy, man. I appreciate you so much. We're gonna get into the details here. But just a quick reminder as well that if you want to go back and reference the streams, if we talk about something and you didn't screen record or take notes or something like that, every single one of these streams are saved as a VOD to YouTube. Saved to YouTube. So, or the red app. Sorry, Jesus, TikTok. I'm sorry. The red app. Every single one of these. So as soon as you finish the stream, you can go to the Track Talk live stream playlist and go back and reference these streams there, so you know exactly all of your different details that we went over and stuff like that. How do you know which app is the worst and probably the one that will ban you for saying? Yeah, exactly. The one that literally won't let you say largely anything. You know who I'm talking to, even though it's the same camera here for all of them. You know who I'm talking to. All right, let's get into it, man. This didn't have a lot of bathroom space. It was sitting in my bathtub. Why were you recording? I mean, I'm not against it. In fact, I have mic'd bathrooms before. Loki, thank you for hopping in. Joseph, thank you for the tiny Christmas 90s as well. I appreciate that so much. I have recorded bathrooms before. There's times where I'm in my studio here. I can open up this door and open up the bathroom door on the other side of the living room and like mic. I can like mic that as like a far squashed room mic or just like a weird reverb and stuff like that. It's kind of a cool vibe, but talk to me more specifically why you were recording in your bathtub. Andy said they were sitting in their bathtub. It is really cool. I said a song, I need ideas to change the ending of the hook. I got you, Mark, and I got you already up on the board. Man. Thank you so much for sending that in. I appreciate that a lot. Let me throw up the line over on the purple and red app really quick so y'all can see it if you need to. Trav, thanks for hopping in. But yeah, there's times I just do random stuff in here. Like I'll just throw like an LA 120 or something like that, and I'll open up and throw it in the kitchen and just get you something a little farther out. There's some times where I'll just like point a 57 up to the corner of the back of the room and just, just create an interesting sound. And then sometimes I'll just distressor it, just squash it to all hell and make it sound interesting. And then I'll like feed it into the drum mix really lightly. And whatever works, man. Whatever makes like interesting, creative music. That is what you're going for. That's what I love. Sorry, let me catch up on a little bit of this. Benny said the background vocals needed more expand, so I needed to find an area where I can belt it, and the bathroom felt the right location and other vocals off. Okay, I got you. All right, let me. Dun, dun, dun. Joseph said, Heike, I would love to make a song on a bathroom. See, I said a song. Yeah, got you. I'm making an album around that style. Perfect, Mark. I got you. Board is up on the red and purple app right now if you want to see the order and where everything is. Send my demo through email. I'm not sure if it's sent through. I can double check. Methampheminist, I think is the name that I'm looking at. Thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate it. If y'all are sending in, just double check that y'all did send in the full submission. I'll double check that in a second. Once I get through the song, I'll update the line and the list and everything so I can get y'all where you need to be. Let me double check here. Look, I record by yelling in my piano for the. I love that. Fabulous. I love quirky things like that. That's what makes music fun. I'm a mixed engineer. I hear a lot of experience in what you're saying. Thank you, Trev. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, my name. I'll keep answering some questions here in just a bit. But my name's Torvik. I am a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. I've done that for a living for the last 13 plus years. Also a classically trained pianist. I've been playing piano since I was 6 years old, and been working in Pro Tools for about 18 years, almost 19 years at this point. Probably about 19 years at this point. Trained in studio, did about 2.5 years of private mentorship in a studio of one of the audio engineering professors at the Audio Engineering Institute, which is what it was called at the time. I think they disbanded, but that is where I initially got my training in audio engineering, live sound, studio tracking, stuff like that. So yeah, man, I love it. My goal is just to see if there's any way that we can offer value and experience to people that potentially need it. Make sure we are checking the bio and following all steps. Thank you so much, Joseph. You're the GOAT. I appreciate it. DJ Bo's in the building. Took your advice and got RC20 and has changed my life. RC20 is fabulous. I love it. It's a really, if you just need like one thing that does a lot for like textural, low fidelity, music, it does a great job. I really do like RC20. Do you have any jobs you're willing to sub out? I don't currently. For a time, I was subbing out some engineering and then overlooking that like at a lower price point. Like if people weren't able to get engineering done with me, I had another engineer that I'm working with where people can come under his and then I supervise his engineering and do kind of the final balance on it. So I was doing that for a while, but I don't currently have any jobs that I'm able to sub out at this point. In the future, I would love to. We'll see the route that this year goes. Are you reviewing songs? In a sense, Don. In a sense. So let me give a quick spiel, and then we got to get into the depths of Bandy's track here. We got to get into the depths. So what we do here at Track Talk are not quick reviews. There's a lot of quick reviews. These are 20 to 30 minute long consultations. They're very, very long form. We usually go through the song. We already went through the song once. We're about to go into it another couple times. We'll go into the song usually 2, maybe 3 times to get into the depths and the details of the mix and master, production, sound design, lyric and song formatting, stuff like that, to really get into those details. I love getting into the nuances and the creative elements of your music. So the whole goal of this stream, it's not a quick review. There's no trash or pass. You're never going to see a rating or a poll. It's not a quick spin. It's not just like a pay to play. It is an in-depth, long-form consultation service. So if you want your music listened to long form, like I said, 30 minutes long, get into the mix, get into the master, get into the details of what you're doing. That's what the stream is all about, to offer a professional second set of ears and actionable feedback. So you're never going to hear me say, just get a better mix. Get a better mix, have better energy on the mic, bro, and then we move on. It is really long form, really detailed analysis of your music. So if that's what you're looking for, all of the information to submit is at my profile. Click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission. All of the details are right there. If you're on the purple app, type !submit right in the chat. And if you're on the red app, go to the description for the live stream. Yeah, Don, I definitely can. There's a line of people on the board. The board, I think the board is up on the purple and red app. The board is on the purple and red app right now. If you go to my link tree, you can see all the details right there, and they'll give you, you can see the line, the order, and stuff like that. In fact, I need to get another one up there. Give me 1 second. I'll answer questions. DG, thank you for the goats. Thank you for the ice cream cones. I appreciate the love so much, man. Thank you for that. Hey, sounds good. Sounds good, Trav. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for the love. I appreciate that, man. Let me see. Go to Kai Angel. Yeah, profile. Click on the link. Click on Track Talk Submission. Track Talk Submission. Joseph, thank you for the help. You're the GOAT. Nocturne, thank you so much for hopping in. Let's see. And I think it's called the F minor note. Sound was hit in the background bathroom. Felt perfect for it. Okay, I got you. It's probably not F minor. So you're the song, based on what I'm hearing by ear, I think it's in G sharp minor. Let me see. Let me play it really quick. Wait, how are you not modded over? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are, Joseph. I can see the icon next to you. So you should be able to pin. You should be able to do everything. Just hold down on the text. Yeah, you are. I can see the mod thing next to you. I can see the mod thing next to your name. I was like, you better be. Yeah. Let me hear. G sharp minor 7, B. So yeah, it's like an E. It's like an E7, B. Yeah, so you get this. Yeah, so starting off the E. Yeah, so G sharp minor, or B is a relative key, B major. So G sharp minor is the key that you're in. So you wouldn't have an F minor in there, but the G sharp minor is probably what you're picking up on there. It's not letting you pin. That's really strange. I don't know why it wouldn't. Try. Libby's had some weird issues with TikTok sometimes too. Try leaving and coming back and see if it'll let you. But that's strange. Yeah, I can see the mod thing right next to you. That's weird. Let's see. Let's see. SOA Contra King in the building. Thank you for hopping in over here as well. Let's see. Of the big 4 music workstations, Ableton, Logic, FL Studio, and Pro Tools, which is better in my opinion? To me, that varies largely on your workflow and what you like. So I use Pro Tools personally. Boom, it's right there. You can see it on the screen. I use Pro Tools, and I've used Pro Tools since I was 13 years old, 12, 13 years old. So about 18, 19 years that I've used Pro Tools. I've also used them all. I've had Ableton. I still have FL Studio. I just don't really use it anymore currently, unless there's something really specific I need from FL. I've used Logic exclusively. I've used Jenna, welcome in. I've used Studio One when I was working in studio. It was all Pro Tools and Studio One. I used Reason for a while. I've kind of used all of the major ones in different realms, and they do different things really well. A lot of it's like these phones, right? Jesus. I don't know, I'm breaking stuff and throwing stuff. It's like these phones, right? They do different things well, and most of the reason why you will like this phone over a different phone is the user interface and the ecosystem of the devices that are around it, right? So like for certain people, they started on GarageBand. They started producing for free on GarageBand, and the most logical jump from there was Logic. And so they already had Mac. They were already in the Mac ecosystem. Maybe they're already editing content on Final Cut, making YouTube, whatever it may be, right? They already have GarageBand, so they jump up to Logic, and it's a seamless experience. They just get better plugins, better stock instruments, better interfacing for vocal comping and playlisting and stuff like that. I'm doing well, Jen. I hope you're doing well as well. And so that's a very logical jump. Like for them, like moving to Pro Tools wouldn't be that beneficial, right? For me, the first DAW I ever produced on was Pro Tools. It was actually floppy disks on a Clavinova piano, but it was Pro Tools. So for me, it was very natural for me to just keep working on Pro Tools. And then I trained in studio for 2.5 years in a private mentorship. And during that mentorship, we were all in Pro Tools and Studio One. And then beyond that, right? So for me, they're not necessarily like better. It's like, what interface do you like? What workflow is best for you? Do you do you do a lot of live? I do a lot of live tracking. So like I have live drums in here, live instrumentation, all of these synths that I'm writing MIDI and audio for. Obviously like live tracking of vocals. I do a lot of mixing and mastering in my business. So for me, Pro Tools is very seamless for that. Vocal comping, playlisting, the mix interface for me is very, very seamless. Very, very seamless. One of the best at doing that thing. Now, there might be some random sampling and like MIDI limitations that I might need another plugin for in Pro Tools or Studio One, right? That is inherent to FL Studio or Ableton. Right. So for me, it's just like, what do you do more of? Like if you're strictly a producer, yes, I'm here, TikTok. Hold on. I got to do my little puzzle here. If you are strictly a producer and if you're doing like a lot of hip hop and sample chopping and EDM, like EDM, electronic music, stuff like that, the manipulation of signal, the manipulation of routing and like chopping and reversing and changing structure for samples and like audio signals is probably a bit more in depth stock in Ableton, right? Or maybe FL Studio. Ableton is fabulous for this stuff. FL is great for like, I can just double tap, like, because again, I have FL and I used it quite a bit, especially when I was like creating samples from scratch. I would like play a jazz record and create it to sample it in Pro Tools. But I can create samples and they're really easy and just double tap the signal and I can reverse it from right there. I can format shift it. I can pitch it up. I can, fade out the beginning and end of the sample and move it to a different part of the sample. And then I can change a compression and gain structure on there. I can like add a delay to it, all from like literally just the signal itself and the source right there. That's great. Same with Ableton. Ableton's great with stuff like that. That's fantastic. That's not as intuitive in Pro Tools. So if you're doing a lot of that, Ableton or FL is probably going to be better of an interface for you. But once again, if you're playlisting a lot of vocals, if you're mixing a lot of vocals, if you're doing a lot of like standard mix and master routing and structure there, then FL Studio is going to be a nightmare for you. You know what I mean? Like sometimes like tracking vocals in Edison and like comping vocals and playlisting versus your mix interface in FL is a nightmare. But that's very intuitive on Logic, Pro Tools, and Studio One. So really, like honestly, just depends on what exactly you're looking to do and what would be the best for you. I love Pro Tools. I've used it forever, but I'm not a DAW snob. I'm not an industry standard snob. It's what works well for me. It's what I've used forever, and what just makes the most sense. Makes the most sense for me. Okay, let's get back into it. Let's dive in. Thank you for the question, though. I appreciate that. What kind of, really quick, what kind of mic are you using? Like, what are you using to record? I know you recorded in the bathtub for this one in particular, but what kind of setup are you using to actually track your vocals?
Like I don't know you now. You said you loved me then, but how about now?
And then, Ola, welcome in. I appreciate you being here so much. Let me know who just sent through the website as well so I can get you up on the list. I believe the initials are CH. Let me know who that is so I can throw you up on the board. I appreciate you so much. HyperX mic. Okay, cool.
Without you, you told me that you'll be right through.
Got you, feminist. Got you. Let me see. With Gotta get the right name on there. Beautiful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. I got you on the list. You're ready to go. Ready to go. Okay. HyperX mic. Now and Alex, thank you so much for hopping into the stream. HyperX mic. That's the USB mic, right? If that's the one that I'm thinking of, then it's like the colorful one, right? Or it has some different ones. Yeah, it's USB mic. Yeah. Ola, if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Beautiful. Thank you so much for hopping in. Okay, yeah, so yeah, you have the USB mic here. Beautiful. Ola, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that a lot. Okay, let me get back into the track. So one of the first things that I'm noticing, just as we get into some of the structural things about this and things that I would use to help kind of mitigate quality issues with your microphone, you can get a pretty decent mix on pretty much any microphone. I've used really, really cheap microphones. I've used very, very expensive microphones. And it really just depends on how you use it and being intentional with, one, your environment, your proximity, your angles, the structure of your performance itself, and the source matters more than anything. The way that you sing and how you engage with the thing that's capturing it, and then, of course, what you're capturing, right? Stakes is in the building. What's up, Stakes? Good to see you, brother. Appreciate you hopping in. Joseph, appreciate the help, man. Thank you so much for that. So for me, there's a couple things that I want to dig into here as far as the way that you're actually tracking this. Now, I know you said you tracked in your bathroom because you felt it gave you a bit of space, right? Like it gave you a bit of like depth and space. I'm kind of for weird, quirky recording stuff, right? I think any like good engineer is like, do weird stuff. We need weird stuff in music again, right? So, make some quirky, weird decisions when it comes to your vocals. I don't mind that one bit. But what I do want to make sure is that if you are recording in a bathtub, I'm assuming that you are like recording holding the microphone, right? And you can correct me if I'm wrong about any of this. I'm assuming you're recording holding the microphone and you're kind of holding it right up to your mouth, right? Like very close, like within a couple inches of your microphone, if not just kind of right on it. Let me know if that is the case, right? You're sitting in the bathtub, which is also just funny talking about it too, but you're sitting in the bathtub, you're recording your vocals, you're holding the USB microphone, you got your computer next to you, you're holding the USB mic, and you have it pretty close to your mouth, right? And let me get a little deeper into this while I'm waiting on the answer there. 1 second, let me get this loaded. There we go.
Now I'm sitting here all alone too, wondering when you will come.
I used a bucket, placed the mic on the bucket, and had the laptop on placed the mic on the bucket and had my laptop on the sink. Okay, got you. So one of the things that I'm hearing, so this is quality wise, some of the things that I'm hearing, because I more than just the fix, I want you to be able to hear the things for yourself so you can know how to mitigate them later. One of the things that you hear on your vocal is a lot of plosive energy, right? So that's wind on the diaphragm of the microphone. Typically happens like plosive and sibilant energy. Typically happens with like your P's, your B's, those very wind heavy consonants. It's also going to happen with your S's, your T's, sometimes like C's and K's. That they just slice through the mix. They put a lot of wind on the diaphragm of the microphone. If there's not enough space or diffusion of that wind, then you get all this boominess on the microphone, these big bursts of energy that hit the microphone. So early on here, back it up. Let's get into this first vocal. You'll hear it immediately. Excuse me. right in here. All right.
You're playing little.
You're playing. So immediately you hear the P, right? On that P, you hear the poof, the little burst of energy right there at, 20 seconds on the dot. You get that little boom. There's your plosives, right? That P immediately gives you wind on the diaphragm of the microphone, right? So you'll hear it with like specific letters, S's, T's, K's, P's, B's. Wind on the diaphragm equals a really sensitive subject that's going to happen in the mix, right? So we want to mitigate that as much as possible. There's a lot of different ways to mitigate that, but essentially what you need is diffusion. And how you create diffusion is up to a couple different things, right? Distance can help with diffusion, right? The farther I get away from this microphone here that's in front of me, the more space there is to diffuse that wind, right? Another, of course, that you'll hear most people talk about is just a pop filter, right? Is a fabric or metal skin filter right in front of the microphone or close to the microphone or close to your vocal that again has a graft to it that diffuses that wind and allows it to not target nearly as finely the diaphragm of the microphone. Another is, proximity to the microphone, like I mentioned earlier. Angling of the microphone can help, so it's not nearly as like direct. You're not getting as much of a direct signal straight to the microphone. Aubrey, welcome in. Thank you so much for hopping in. Peacocks prance politely passing purple porcupines. Yeah, that's exactly. It'll break you. It'll break you doing it that much, right? Do some tongue twisters to test it. So what I want you to focus on, and I don't know, hold on, let me see. Let me back this up. Give me Just End. I want to make sure, because I'm seeing the two different names. I want to make sure I get the right name. I want to make sure that as much as possible, you have control over those plosives and that sibilance, because those are the things that are going to come in and take what could potentially be a fairly like clean and balanced performance and make it brittle and harsh and resonant, unbeneficial resonance on the top end, those sibilants, S's that cut through really harsh and really nasty, and plosives, like these big, nasty bursts of energy at the low end that cut in. You're like, oh, damn, I don't, that doesn't sound good at all, like right in here.
You're playing little game.
You get that little burst of energy right there. Absolutely. Logan, 100%. If you would like to submit, I'm going to throw the lineup on the red and purple app. You can find them at my link. You can go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. I appreciate you being here so much. The line should be up on the purple and red app. And then give me 1 second. So 80K Mark and Methamphetamine Feminist. I got you. All of y'all should be up on the list, ready to go. So what I would do is, even if you're going to record with like a gaming USB mic, again, you can record with whatever you want to record with, whatever you have the capacity to record with. If you can't afford a microphone, like a large diaphragm condenser yet, or an interface yet, then I would encourage you to at least invest in diffusion. I would get a cheap pop filter off of Amazon for like 12, get the cheapest one, just 12, like this right here. This is one that I use every once in a while. I'll use it sometimes with this microphone. I just don't like streaming with it because it just kind of gets in the way when I'm trying to look at screens and stuff here in front of me. I got 2 laptops here. It's a nightmare. But this is one that I use all the time. This is one from Gator Frameworks. See if it'll focus. It might not focus. That's fine. It's because it's like see-through. Anyways, this is from Gator Frameworks. These are cheap. I think I got this one in particular for like $18. You can get them cheaper than that. You can find one on Amazon or eBay or something like that for like $12, $13 sometimes. That once again will just help with diffusion of the wind that's hitting the diaphragm of the mic. That will soften the plosives and the sibilants. The other thing that I would do would be to very slight. You can see here a little bit. You're over on the purple app, so you can see it. You can see I have a very, very slight angle to the microphone here as well. And this isn't perfect, obviously, because I'm not tracking vocals like for a song. But in that case, I would have a pop filter, and I'd be standing, and I'd have this set up a little bit differently. But you can see that there's a very light angle to the microphone as well. So the same thing, just not as direct of a signal. It's going to have a slight level of more diffusion once it hits the grill of the microphone versus being a little bit more direct, right? Think of like, throwing ping pong balls at a fence, right? If it's going direct, flattening it just a little bit, turning things just a little bit can allow a little bit more diffusion of that signal as well. So even just taking the mic that you already have, adding a pop filter 3 inches from it, right? And then backing off the mic just a bit, and then angling the microphone down slightly, just right above your mouth, kind of pointed at your neck, almost like in this case here, it is about mic level, but it's kind of pointed down at my neck or towards my chest. That alone will mitigate a lot of those plosives and sibilants, like sibilant frequencies right there. Just that alone will help you out a lot, because that's the first thing I hear, and that's like the first like expression that makes it feel more amateur, right? Because in your first word, you got P's. And as soon as that P comes through, it's like, oh yeah, this doesn't sound as polished immediately because you hear that plosive energy. It doesn't feel like flat and even, right? So right off the bat, that's going to give you a lot more control. I personally, when it comes down to it, I'm a fan of re-recording. People get mad at that. I don't care. I would re-record everything with a better setup. I would re-record everything with better proximity, better control over diffusion, a better angle, and get it done right. Like I'm just a fan of good quality or bad quality intentionally, but in this case, very few people are like intentionally trying to get plosives and harsh sibilants in their track, right? So in this case, I wanted to get the quality done as cleanly and as effectively as possible. So I would re-record with some new foundation and get that nice and clean. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Excuse me. And back up. There's another note I want to hear here. Give me one more pass here. I like that melody. You said you loved me then, but how about now? I think it's this upcoming line here. Let me hear. 'Cause I'm all alone without you. Hear the plosive a little bit more, a little more energy back there. You told me that you'll be right through. Now I'm sitting here all alone too. Okay, so on this, I'm sitting here all alone too. We need to get that melody really distinct, because the thing that I always talk about and we mentioned quite often over the course of this live stream is, what are people going to sing with you? If your notes that you hit, whether auto-tuned or not, if the notes that you hit aren't really distinct and clear, or more spoken or yelled, right? Like it depends on the structure of the song. But if it's not clear what's happening with the vocal and it kind of walks around a little bit, kind of is controlled by the tuning or is a little bit off, then there's nothing clear for the consumer to latch onto, right? So if you're building a structure for a melody here, what exactly do you want your excuse me, sorry, these Texas allergies are brutal. What exactly do you want your audience to sing with you? So on this, alone here, dun, 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 we need to get really distinct with exactly what melody we want presented right there. And it floats a little bit. It's kind of hard to find where it reaches that top note. And I would love for it to be really clear and really distinct. Doesn't have to be like robotically auto-tuned, but I would re-record and retrack that part until you get a really, really clean take of that line right there. So it still sounds emotional and sounds natural, but that note isn't being kind of dragged up by auto-tune or is too flat, right? Let me play it again real quick. Right through. You told me that you'll be right through. See that one right there? Told me that you'll be right through. That's a lot cleaner right there on that take, and that's the same energy and control I would want in your second take here. Now I'm sitting here all alone. Excuse me, God. Wondering when you will. Goodness gracious. You'll be right through. Now I'm sitting here all alone. Sitting here all alone. You kind of alone. You hear the tuning just kind of drags it up. Instead of sitting here all alone. Using that same kind of pitch control, same energy that you have in that first part on that second part, so it doesn't sound like anything's dragging it into place, right? Which is what's going to happen as you tune and stuff like that. So do that over the course of the song. If there's any note that doesn't feel confident, or it doesn't feel well expressed, it doesn't feel like projected in the form that you want it to. Not every song has to be crystal clear, but it's projected in the way that you want it to. The notes are hitting exactly the way that you want them to, and exactly the way that you want your audience to sing them back to you, or to be singing in their car, whatever it may be, right? Make sure that that's crystal clear. If it's uncertain or it's unstable or it's like halfway there, then it's just not going to grab people. And so we want to make sure that's really pointed. That alone, like already, right? Like controlling that muddy and boominess at the far low end, not as harsh at the top end, because we're just diffusing better and re-recording, more confident control over your pitch and your expression. That alone to me transforms the way that this feels. Because right now it feels a little unstable in the pitch sometimes, as well as needing a bit more of the clarity from some of that boominess that comes in as well. So those two things right there alone to me will dramatically improve the quality of what we hear. I mean, you've got a good voice, you've got good range, and you do have a really good hook here as well. It's really nice. Someday And then this is a little bit of a personal preference. I'll mention something stylistically, but for me, it makes a big difference on how the song feels having a journey to it. I know you're already missing some parts. You need to record a second verse, write that out and stuff like that. So I know you already still have some work to do. But you have this beautiful background vocal here. This, the walk up, it goes crazy. You've got great range, great control over that. I love it. To me, in my opinion, it's giving too much away too soon. And that's a beautiful secondary vocal layer and ad lib for your last hook. But when I hear it on the first one, it's my turn to drive. Everyone drink food, eat water. You are loved. He said, thank you so much, Joseph. 4 hours of you stay safe as well. You definitely stay safe as well. Thank you for the help as well. I appreciate you so much, man. On this vocal here, it gives a lot away too soon, right? So you have hit the max that the song will get, the highest the vocal will get, the climax of energy of the song on your first hook. And so we need to find a way to like allow that to happen later on in the song structure and not give away too much too soon. What I would recommend doing is saving that for the last hook where you have this huge walk up, tons of energy, great vocal range. Save it for the last hook and do really simple vocal layers for the first one. So I would just have like light, airy double track vocals here. Whatever pitch and stuff you want, but like a left right there, there's just, and it's just like a really light vocal that's double track on the left side, on the right side with a bunch of reverb. It can be kind of washy and ambiance, maybe a layer to that. And then you could have a harmony. You could have layers to that are really light and really airy, and they just like support the vocal, right? They sit left, they sit right, they're back in the mix with a bit of reverb on there, they're tracked nice and wide, and you get that space from there, but the dynamic of it is a little bit lower, a little bit more suppressed, a little bit more intimate sounding, just like your first hook kind of should be, and then you can build each time after that. Now you get into your last hook of the song, and you can keep those layers, I'd copy them over, keep those, and then also add in the like have that big push at the end, right? Where you build your pitch, you build up an intensity, you have really loud forward layers, just like you already do, but leave that for a time that there's some anticipation for it, and that your dynamics on the song actually grow a little bit over time, as opposed to like, once you hit the first hook, that's as good as the song's going to be. It's as big as the song is going to be. I would definitely recommend starting light and airy, good supportive vocal layers left and right, and then add those big pushes later on down the road. All right, let me skip a little bit later. Like right here, this is great because it's your last. I skipped to the last hook. This is a great big push right here. It's a really, really nice melody change right there. And you have a great lead vocal on this hook as well.
'Cause you're always there, and I do know that you love me so, 'cause you're always
And I would recommend, honestly, I would double this hook. So you go in here, right?
that you love me so, 'cause you're always there, and I do know that you love me so.
And I would repeat this hook.
You're always there, and I don't know that you love me so, 'cause you always did.
I would have a double hook right there. Keep the energy high, keep the layers. The way the production is built off of this beat is a double hook right there, or an outro at the very least. But the energy of the production stays really high. It's the same, copied over. So I would either have like a big outro instrumental with a cool vocal with ad-libs and some tags and stuff, or I would just double up that hook with some other ad-libs over the top of it and keep it really, really high all the way till you hit the end of this last hook. And then this is the outro. Big double hook. I love you so, 'cause you always did. half hook right there, little low octave cutoff or something. Y'all show some love, man. Show some love. That's Bandy over on the Purple app. That is Just End. Right over there as well. That's the artist that sent in the song, man. I really do like your voice. You got a really cool voice, and I think your writing is actually great. I've only heard one verse, but your hook structure is repetitive. It's consistent. It's a great melody. That to me feels really catchy and really engaging. I want to re-record everything for the sake of recording with a better source, better quality, in order to make sure your plosives and sibilants are diffused as much as possible. Your proximity is controlled, and of course, there's more details we can get into as far as like balancing other elements of the mix. But I want to start with source. There's, fine tuning of compression and stuff, but that will matter in context of your new lead vocal in there, right? So I want to make sure that that's really consistent first before we dive too deep into some of those other elements. But I want to make sure that that tracking process is really good. Obviously, write and record your second verse. I'm excited to hear that. And then vocally speaking, saving some moments and some structure for the song. I call it stair-stepping dynamics, right? Where it's like the song feels like it comes up a bump for that hook, but then it comes down a bump for the verse. But maybe the second verse is like a little higher than the first verse, and then you bump it up for the last hook. And that last hook, you add the layers a little bit higher. And then on your double hook at the very end, you add another little solo element, maybe a really high falsetto. And you always did it. You have like a cool lift at the end to make it really dynamic, right? You just are stair-stepping the dynamics up. So the song feels like it's alive, it feels like it grows and it moves and it ebbs and flows a little bit, as opposed to feeling copied over, as some elements will be, some in the production will be. It'll feel like it moves and it grows a little bit, as opposed to the biggest hook that you have is right off the bat. Y'all show some love, man. Show some love. That is iBandy over on the Purple app. I appreciate you so much for sending that in, man. I'm excited to hear how the song grows, man. You're very, very, very talented. All right, let's keep it going. We got more music to get to. Just a quick reminder, if you're over on TikTok right now, make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send in your harmony for the day. It does help out the live quite a bit. And if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk. And if you are over on the Purple app, type exclamation point submit right there in the chat. If you're on the red app, go to the description for the live stream. All right, let's move on to the next track here. But man, shout out to Just End. I'm excited about that track for you, man. That's gonna be a really, really cool track. On everything, we'll definitely fine tune. I'm excited for you, man. And then quick reminder as well, if you need to go back and reference anything, Bandy, then you can go to the Red app. Go to the Red app after the live stream. It'll be saved to the Track Talk live stream playlist on the Red app. So you can see the whole stream there. You can go back through the entire song. All right, let's keep it going. We've got, I think, 80K up next. Let me just double check my list really, really quick. Perfect. We got 80K in the building, and 80K, I think I just saw you over on TikTok, but let me know where you're at. Let me know. I don't know. It's super catchy, man. Like, honestly, very, 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 very catchy song structure. All right, let's see. And 80K Queen of Farfield. Is that the track? Is this the right email that I'm looking at here? I'm excited to get into this. Let me know if that's the right one, just so I make sure I'm pulling up the right thing. Anytime, Bandy. Anytime. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for sending that in. Okay, perfect. All right, let's get into it. This is an orchestral reimagined remix of Scarsinger Carmelita from Team Cherry's Hollow Night Silk Song. Let's get into it. I wanted the song structured as a two-phase boss battle between goodness gracious, boss battle. It's a tongue twister. Boss battle with a dramatic final blow at the finale in similar vein as Souls-like games. Let me know what you think, and I am always open to suggestions or constructive criticism. Let's get into it, man. Thank you once again. Thank you so much for sending this in. I appreciate that a lot. I'm excited I know we're about to genre switch here a little bit, which is my favorite thing about this live stream is we're going to be all over the place, and that makes me very happy. I love a bit of variety. So let's get into it. This is Scarsinger Carmelita. Let's get into it. It's version 2. Quick reminder over on TikTok. Make sure y'all keep tapping the screen. Tap the screen. Maybe we'll even do some credit giveaways towards the end of the live as well to give y'all a bit of a boost the next time that we go live. But let's dive in. I'm excited. So I'm assuming that, largely speaking, most of what I'm hearing here is your production. It is your production. If there's anything that's like not you within the structure of it, if I'm not as familiar with what's going on here, let me know. Just confirm to me the role that you play in the details that I'm hearing here. All right, let's get into it. This is 80K over on TikTok. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. I like the chord changes a lot. Song sounds funny on here. Does it sound correct? It's probably TikTok's really funky. Try going over to the Red app, if you know what I mean. Go to my link tree. Try the Red app. It's uncompressed audio over there. There's usually no like pitching or speed issues, which will happen on TikTok. Let me know when you're over there. Either the purple or Red app. But the Red app, you don't have to deal with ads and stuff sometimes unless you subscribe. But you can try that. Let me know when you're over there and I'll play it again. But it sounds normal to me. So y'all can rest assured that I'm getting it straight from the file. I'm getting it straight from the computer, straight to the headphones, through my interface. No, not through Twitch or through YouTube or through TikTok at all. So it should be clean and clear. Ooh, I like this song. The G minor. And then whenever you're over there, then I'll keep playing the track. That way I know it's clean and clear. Unless something on the file was sent wrong or something. But as far as I'm aware, it's what I'm supposed to be hearing. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Let me know if this is what you're wanting me to hear. It should be clean. Yeah, it usually is. Really cool. Really, really cool, man. This is cool. Y'all, give it up one time. Give it up one time. That is ADK, Queen of Farfield. I'm assuming right now that this is unreleased. It sounds really, really cool, man. Very interesting. I'm not as familiar with the game, but really interesting sound design, textures, arpeggios are really interesting. The chord progression, and it's like kind of based all largely off of like the G minor to the D sharp major. Like a lot of that structure right, a lot of that structure right there, you'll hear on booms in your headphones. Right there is largely off of the G minor, but it has a lot of weird movement, a lot of weird like chromatic movements and different scaling that I absolutely love. It makes it very interesting to listen to. It's on SoundCloud. Beautiful. We're gonna run it back from the top. Give me just I need just 90 seconds, maybe not like 60 seconds. I need to throw some clothes in the dryer before they get all mildewy and nasty. Give me 45 seconds, and I'll be right back. And then we'll listen to the song again, and we'll break it down just a little bit. Honestly, there's just one. Yeah, you get this nice. The little harmonic minor right there. That's where you were able to get like this D, the F sharp and the D in there too. It makes it really, really sound cool. Give me 60 seconds. I'll be right back. I just got to throw the stuff in the dryer, and then we'll finish up the song here. All right. All right. We're back. Let's get into it. Yeah, I'm sure it sounds much improved over on this side. Let's get into it, man. This is a Scar Singer. Let's dive into the details of this one. There's like one production detail. Honestly, the balance of what you have here is really interesting. I don't mind it one bit. I think most of what you're doing here sounds really well done. There's like one thing I feel like is missing that offers some weight to this. Like it's missing a little bit of power in some areas. So I want to address that, but let's dive into it from the top, man. Let's get into it. The vocal's so cool. That's really cool. I love that, man. I love that. Subtle auto pan, left to right, great movement. Okay, so right here, this is a great opportunity for a shift in energy. And what I don't feel like I'm getting is a low end presence. So if I back it up here just a notch, right? You have a lot of anticipation, a lot of built up energy and stuff, but then nothing comes in to like and like fill out the low and give you like the presence and the body that I feel like this record desperately needs. I want it to feel vibrant and bright and punchy and poppy, but I also want it to feel like heavy and grounded. And I want some of the percussion and bass energy to hit me in the chest and to feel it, right? And so that's one of the things that I feel like I'm missing here is just getting that low, like even, I'm gonna switch over here for a second here. Even just getting some of that low energy down here. Right, that just has some attack and some movement to it. The string programming is great. There's great automation curves on some of those tremolos that you have. The auto panning of the vocal, it moves beautifully, but I just want some weight. I just want some grounding, like heaviness to kick in, especially when the energy shifts again right here. Because you do kind of get into this big dynamic moment. It dips for a second, and then it comes back in. And when it comes back in, my brain is expecting some new information, some new fullness. And so I would definitely try to like honor that in the production, like whatever people feel like they need out of the track, give them some weight there. And I feel like it'll definitely feel more emotional, more vibrant. You know, like right in here at like a minute 15, like whether that's like a low piano that actually has like maybe a Pultec on it, but that has some low end bass into it, just actually having some of that like low end energy. I mean, I think a bass would be really nice there too. Just like a really like tightly, tightly compressed, really, really solid bass in there. Even like a sub, you could just, like you have a background in EDM, even just lightly filling in a sub, like a sine wave sub right underneath there and just to create this, like, actually, give me a sec. Just because sometimes things will like bother me unless I can just do it. So once my brain hears it, it won't unhear it. We're gonna switch to the DAW. We're over on the DAW on the Red and Purple app. All right, I'm gonna go basic here, but just because this is what my brain is hearing, and so I want to see if it is doing what I want it to do. We're gonna come down here, and we're gonna go to a sub right here, filter it down. Now that's crazy. It's a double bass and the low organ. Okay, so if there's some stuff that's already there, it might just need to be pushed forward because it's definitely missing that low energy right there. Let me back it up a sec. Let this move around a little bit. And then here, even just, I mean, again, this is not exactly how I would do it. I would fit it in however that like makes sense for you, and maybe even do it using the low end of the organ. Do it if you have a double bass underneath it that's giving you maybe a little bit more attack and transients. Those just need to come forward so you feel some of those like starts of it, right? But for me, as soon as you just introduce the weight, you don't have to do all that. You don't have to be doing all that crazy stuff, but just the weight of that right there coming in to me wakes up the mix dramatic, like just in my ears as a consumer, not even like as a producer, but like as a consumer of the music, it just makes it feel, it just like hits me in the chest. It makes it feel so much more like emotional and vibey. It's got so much more mood and attitude to it just by adding in some depth and some character, because the rest of your sound design is beautiful. It's pristine, it's clear, but it is missing a lot of the weight down there that I do think that like a low bass, if you have it in there, like an organ or a double bass, or even the addition underneath that for support of a sub bass to just kind of just bloom the bottom end of the mix, would just take it over the edge. So then what I would probably do, so you said you want to go sub. So if you already have an organ on there, you could have multiple layers. If you want to go as cinematic as possible, one of the things that you could do, I'm going to go over here. Let me switch back. Let me see. Where is my? Let's see what how low I can go here. I totally understand that. The sub. So for me, that I have it way too loud over what you would need to have in there. I would have things a lot more supportive than I have it in there. But you can do a sub, but it kind of depends on what you're looking for. So then here. So another thing that you could do, just to give you a little bit more edge here, to fill in some of that down here, because you already have a couple other basses, just as an idea, just to toss out some random ideas for you. Another thing you could do, introduce the subharmonics on this like low brass just for fun. Welcome in. Broadband. Yep. That's original. Give it some of that movement down there. And then I would maybe even attenuate some of this high end down, right? So I can filter, I can attenuate like at 10K here. I can attenuate some of this down. And bring this down a bit. And then when we come back here. I still don't think that gives. It's still brass you got to be interesting with, because there's not a lot of like low end support there. Your best bet is probably, I don't think the brass is a bad idea, but I still think you would need more layering and more support to fill in some of like the pockets of where it would sit. So a low brass can be nice, but it might just make things kind of muddy without offering a lot of low end information. So you might have it there, but might need to tuck it back. I would revisit your organ, because the organ can be really nice. Like you add in, like just as an example, if I go in here and I add in just even like, let me see, where is it? Like a Hammond B3. I'm going to add in a Hammond B3. You can go down here. Let me see. You can go down here on the organ. Oops, wrong track. And that can give you a lot of weight right there at the far low end. Like that's just a low waterfall Hammond B3. So even like something like that could offer you a little bit more weight. So I think what I would do, the brass might work. If you want to try the sub bass, you can tuck it in there. So it doesn't sound too digital, right? Like if you want to keep it a little bit more of like Victorian Gothic 1800s, it's already an octave to C range. Okay, so then I think it probably just comes down to balance, right? For one, which drawbars, stuff like that, but it also just comes down to balance. So if that's there and the double bass is there, it might just need to be forward 2 or 3 dB, maybe EQ'd to lift 100 hertz and below very lightly to create a little bit more depth and a little bit more presence in the bottom part of the mix. But that to me is like the only thing that I hear. The rest of your production is great. The structure is great. The vocal over your string structure, your percussion to me feels very orchestral, very cinematic. I love so much of what I'm hearing. Only thing I'm missing is like low end weight and anything that like offers that grounding like subharmonic. So if you can create that in the mix without adding a sub bass, fantastic. Like just pushing the organ forward, adding the low octave. So like you're in C2, if you need to have the octave pushed a little bit, your velocity a little bit higher, or just louder in the mix by a notch, then I would play with that over adding a bunch of mud, probably. If you already have stuff there, then it's just about balancing. It's just about kind of filling out right there. Because I think I hear it in the background. It probably just needs to be 3 or 4 dB forward. But otherwise, man, I love this structure. Seriously, love the structure. It's so good. Especially here, like you have these great transitions. That transition, that arpeggio up is beautiful. It's like, it's so cool. It's like, there's so many things that I love about it that I think are well done. As soon as that comes up, we need to feel it. Like think in the same way, like honestly, like noted this is my first real attempt at orchestration instead of EDM. Dude, you crushed it. Genuinely crushed it so much. I wouldn't think too separately from EDM though. I think honestly, like, they're kind of two sides or two sides of the same coin to me, right? It's large layer production with dramatic dynamic range. You know, like, so I would think the same way. It's like, think the same way, like, man, I need a drop, right? Like, think the same way. It's the same thing. You listen to Hans Zimmer, listen to Klaus Badelt. They have drops, right? Where it's, you know what I mean? Like, there's crazy dynamic range. Think the same way. Make sure that you're getting the full spectrum of frequency, that it feels weighted, it feels heavy, but it also feels, you know, like it's punchy and vibrant where you want it to be. Think of it in the same way. I wouldn't separate yourself too much for the EDM side. Just think of it with different sound design. You're like, I still need a drop here. So how do I create like a drop with the cinematic production, with strings, with organs, with, you know, bassoons and oboes and clarinets and whatever it may be, right? When brass and things like that. How do I create that same energy, that same drama, but with classical, you know, orchestrated, you know, instruments. So that would be my biggest tip, man, is just fill out that low end, get some dynamics there. It's going to make this song feel way, if you add weight where it needs it, it's going to feel heavier and bigger and punchier when it needs to. And the contrast to when it's lighter, will be even more dramatic. And when you do, now do the drums come through fine, or is a low end attack? Low end, like on the, okay, so actually this is exactly what I was kind of about to talk about loosely. So we're already on kind of the right track. I think that you will probably need to do a little bit more work on kind of the punchiness of your percussion when you add more low end. On the drums, I'm assuming there's a couple layers of percussion there, right? Like a couple layers doing a couple different things, right? Some of those tom hits in the background, some of your like snare rolls and more like percussive timpani style stuff in the background. I'm assuming there's a couple layers there. Once you add a low end, in order to make sure there's still some slice and some transients and some punch there, you'll probably want to take a couple of those layers and either just have them forward a little bit or just compress them in a way that allows them to kind of snap a little bit more, right? Even just like a mid attack, you know, compressor that allows that you know, high snare and those toms to like punch through the mix a little bit more, really, really lightly. You might want to readdress that because once you add all that low end, it's going to feel different. You know, you're going to kind of perceive things a little bit differently. So I'm going to listen to the outro here, to this last little section here, but my intuition, like right now, they're fine in the context of where they are. Once you add more body here, you might want a little bit more attack at the top. What you don't want to do is get into a noise battle where you're like, well, now the bass is loud, so I need to make the drums loud and I need to make the vocal loud. What you just want to do is increase kind of the extremes, bring in that bass a little bit more, and then at the very, very top end, just make sure that it snaps, you know, make sure that it really cuts through nicely. I mean, I hear the organ there. What's up, Derek? Welcome in, man. So good to see you, bro. I hear the organ there, and that punches in a really nice way. It's just missing, I think, a lot of that low end energy that we're talking about. Like this punches through pretty nicely. So it's not necessarily that it's like that you'll have to do any changes to the percussion once you add some of the bass. It's just something I would revisit just to make sure. It's like a checklist more than it is a correction, right? Like once you add bass and you have plenty of support and you have all this energy down there, Derek, thank you so much for the heart me. Once you have all the energy down there, I would just readdress the drums, right? And just now that I added this, do I need to, it's more of a question, do I need to readdress this and make them a little bit snappier, a little bit punchier so that they can handle the weight of the bass that's underneath them, or are they fine? And you might be able to decide that they're just fine. You might hear everything and be like, no, we're good. I think everything's perfectly fine. That's what I would lean into. Vocal is so cool. Yo, give it up one time for 80K. 80K, you're a beast. You're really, really, really talented, man. Seriously, I love so much about what you're doing here. This production is interesting. The chord changes are very like intriguing. They have a really cool movement to them. So for me, it's literally just give it support. Give it a foundation that can like handle all of those movements. And I think if you add and take away bass strategically to where it feels really dynamic and really full, this is going to be like just a heart stopper of a track. It's really, really, really cool sounding, man. So y'all, please show some love to 80K. You're amazing, man. Really, really, really well done. Let's keep, let me double check something real quick. Let's keep the music going though, man. The music's already been just amazing today. I appreciate y'all sending these in so much. Just a quick reminder, if you would like to submit, if you would like to submit for a consultation, just like we're doing here, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission, and you'll see everything that you need right there. This song had me really dipping back into my music theory class for sure. There's so many. I mean, you're on the harmonic minor, so you're getting all these different chord changes and making sure that over that G minor to the D sharp that you keep everything in line with that, but then the vocal changes and you got to be pretty chromatic with some of the ways that you're moving on your chords, and that it's definitely going to make you move around a little bit more. Manifest is in the building. What's up, Manifested? Good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic. Thank you so much for hopping into the stream. But yeah, y'all, quick reminder, if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk. If you're over on the purple app, type ! Submit right there in the chat. If you're on the red app, then go to the description for the live stream. You'll see everything that you need right here. Derek said, I'll have something for you next time. Just chilling tonight. Sounds good. I will be on probably not tomorrow. I'll just be working on stuff all day tomorrow. So probably won't have time to go live tomorrow, but I will most likely be live for just a short live the day after, like Sunday evening, most likely. We'll see. Sunday evening, I'll most likely be live. All right, let's get into this next track. Manifesta, I appreciate you hopping in. Mark, hop in the chat. Mark Santo, where you at? Where you at? Let me know that you're in the building. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And y'all make sure TikTok is so slow. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen. Tap the screen. Share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send your harmony for the day. It does help out the live quite a bit. Let's get into it. We got Mark in the building. Number 3 for the day. Let me update this real quick. Beautiful. And let me pull up the track. And then you sent in an email, right? Oh, it might have gone to spam. Let me see. Yep, it did. Okay, let me get this out of spam. I don't know why randomly certain emails go to spam. There we go. Beautiful. All right, we got the drive. Let me get it downloaded. Just one moment. All right, this is Marvin Metzkla. Is that what it's called? Let me know. Give me the details. I need ideas for the ending hook differently, or for ending the hook differently, different words, different whatever. Okay, got you. Let the chat, I've heard your stuff before, so talk me through the details of this record. Talk me through kind of the nuances of what's going on here. So let's get into it, man. I'm excited. Let's dive in. Let the people know your role in this track and kind of what exactly you do in the creation of the production as well as the mix, things like that. All right, let's dive in. Older. I am. I am the artist. Producer is Robin Kaus. Am I saying that correctly? Or Robin Cause, maybe. All right, let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. So I'm going to focus most of my attention on how I'm going to listen to the structure so I know that maybe some ideas of how we could change the outro.
Oh shit, I'm getting older. High time just staying sober. Most days it feels like my time just slips away. I'm sure though, can't complain. Wish things would never change. You people all wear masks, but I'll still stay the same.
Yeah, it was good. It was chill. It was chill.
No matter what I say, I'll always be the
We're just working too much.
Old friends, no time, they moved away. I sit at
This is you, Mark?
in my way. Time's moving way too fast. Hold up, I'm switching lanes. I'm finna chase my bag. You held back in your chains. I'll hold it down.
Yeah, let's go.
In my head, work on my dreams and wake up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit, I'm getting older. High time just staying sober. Most days it feels like my time just slips away. I'm good though, can't complain. Wish things would never change. You people all wear masks, but I'll still stay the same. No shame. No matter what I say, I'll always be the same guy. I don't care what you mean to me. Your poison for real ain't killing me. I won't lie, got no time. I'll say it to your face. You crash out on your own. You need help, for goodness sake. So again, not again and again.
Manifest, is that you that just sent in?
You know me, but please don't try again. So searching, almost out of time. Life sure can't be the sands of time. No.
Gotcha.
That's bottom line.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Show some love. That's Mark Santo. They're over on TikTok right now. So y'all please show some love. Show some love. Show some love to the family. It's been a long time since I've heard your music. So I'm excited to get into this. Let's run it from the top and let's get into kind of structuring this last hook and what we can do. So for me, it's going to come down to like dynamic range, right? Of this song not feeling like it's too linear, right? And kind of too much just kind of floating right here in the middle, and finding some ways that we can amplify things and make it feel more interesting and more dynamic, since the range of production and the range of vocal right now is really tight. Now, it all sounds good. Resolution, welcome in. It all sounds good. So everything that I hear in this, again, this is fairly unmixed at this point, I'm assuming. In this early part of the production and structure here, I like all of the things that I'm hearing. Now we just need to like add and take away dynamics to make this feel a little bit more interesting, especially getting into your last hook. So let's run it from the top. Let's get into some of the details. And I'm assuming, right, this is unmixed, right? Or this is just, or is this still a final? Or is this like a master? Let me know. All right, let me run this from the top and let's get into the details. Let's get into the details. A lot of cool sound design. I like the production a lot.
Oh shit, I'm getting older. High time just staying sober. Most days if
Ruxman is a test trying to figure out a mix. Yeah, for sure. Okay. One thing that I think would help too is just getting some of those background vocals positioned out. Right now they're stacked in the middle, and so that's part of what's, to me, making it feel like the vocals don't have as much support as they need in the mix, because I hear this high octave right here. I would love to hear that at least like 50% double tracked left and right. That way it just feels a little, it has like a lot more edge to it, a lot more openness to it, because right now it's kind of just competing right behind the lead vocal. So it could use the support. It could use a little bit more openness. But yeah, we can talk a little bit about the mix, but I'm gonna focus on the structure because I think that's the priority. Would love to hear percussion in this. Yeah, I feel that.
feels like my time just slips away. I'm sure though, can't complain. Wish things would never change. You people all wear masks, but I'll still stay the same. No shame, no matter.
Like the vibe is there, the aesthetics there, the percussion, the performance is there. So like I like the aesthetic of what's here. I like the energy behind the vocal. I feel like it's accurate for the genre. It feels like it works really, really well. Now I just think it's about like balancing, positioning, and then of course structure as we get towards the end. But I think most of what's going on here is done pretty well.
No matter what I say, I'll always be the same guy. Old friends, no time, they moved
the space right here, those guitars come in. Again, love everything that they're doing, but when those guitars come in, got you, Manifest. I think I just saw come in. When those guitars come in, they're doing beautiful things. I love exactly what they're doing, but they come in really hot and really wide. So the perceived loudness is really high, and it overtakes that lead vocal and any layers there might be to it. So just make sure as you add new things to the mix to make it feel more vibrant, feel more energetic, that it's not stepping on the toes of that lead vocal, and that lead vocal stays like tight and compressed and forward in the mix. And you could probably also get away, you have a pretty highly saturated vocal, but you could probably get away with a slightly tighter, punchier compression on that vocal to really give it some forwardness in the mix. I like that it's kind of soft and saturated, but it definitely could use some oomph. Definitely could use a little bit of body right there. Again, but in tandem to that, we're stacking a lot of elements that are kind of stepping on its toes. So just make sure that the levels of other elements that are added to the mix, like the guitars, some of their layers there, they don't get too hot in contrast to everything else that's going on there. Kyle Grace in the building. What's up, Kyle? Good to see you.
Work on my dreams and wake up 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit, I'm getting older. Hard time just staying sober.
Karma, welcome in.
Most days it feels like my time just slips away.
So like right there, I think it's a high formant shifted vocal, right? Okay, sounds good. Sounds good, Kyle. Last couple days I've just been all over. I haven't gotten to any DMs largely over like the last 2 or 3 days. So just with the holidays and stuff. So I'm going to try to get back on that today, or it's already later today. Probably tomorrow and the day after, I'll try to get back to a bunch of DMs. Hey, thank you so much, Karma. It's so good to see you. I appreciate you hopping in. Good to see you in the chat as well. Okay, so yeah, so a couple of those also a couple of those elements right there. Also now on TikTok to see chat here. Well, listen. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good, Manifesta. It was pretty good, Kyle. It was pretty good. Not too bad. It was pretty chill. But there was a lot of Christmas. There's a lot that a lot of family, a lot of stuff to get to. So it's always kind of a double-edged sword, right? Where it's like it's happy, it's positive. And it was pretty chill, largely speaking. But it's just a lot. I'm just tired. It's very tiring. It's a lot to do. So it still kind of feels like work sometimes. But it never quite ends. But it was nice. It was a very, very nice time. We enjoyed our time quite a bit.
I'm just staying sober. Most days it feels like my time.
Let's go, Kyle.
Slips away. I'm good though, can't complain.
So yeah, you have a high formant of the it sounds like I think it's a pitched up version of your lead vocal maybe, or just another ad lib that you added and then pitched it up. You have a high formant and pitched up vocal right there. I would just double track that, get a left and get a right, and then open that up just a little bit so that takes out some mud in the middle and makes your vocal gives your vocal the ability to kind of compete with the rest of the elements in the mix. Some of you I love too. Hope you'll have a great holiday. Thank you so much, Karma. I definitely will. I definitely will. I love that, Kyle. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Wish things would never change. You people all wear masks, but I'll still stay the same. No shame. No matter what I say, I'll always be the same guy. I don't care what you mean to me. Your poison for real ain't killing me. I don't lie, got no time. I say it.
Okay, so now I want to get towards like how the main thing that you're here for. How can we structure your last hook to have a different push, maybe a different energy, like you said, maybe different lyrics, but just a different energy than the rest of the song.
To your face, you crash out on your own.
Thank you so much, Kyle. Appreciate you so much. Thanks for hopping in, saying what's up. I still see the same. Like your melody structure is really nice.
You need help for goodness sake. So again, not again and again and again. You think you know me, but please don't try again. So searching, almost out of time. Life sure can't be the sands of time. No, lots of friends, that's bottom line. Yeah.
So you really don't have a last hook here, right? Okay, let me know really quick. Mark. Are you wanting to add? Sorry, y'all can hear the the laundry banging around in the background. Are you wanting to add a last, like, because it kind of stops here and then does an outro? Are you wanting to add another hook? Because this is kind of ends on this verse, I guess / bridge maybe, kind of ends on this last verse right here, and then doesn't really lead to another hook. And you do have some time. It's only 1:50. I mostly don't think the last bar on the hook is man. Yeah. Mostly don't think the last bar on the hook is man. But you still want to end. Let me see. Give me a sec. I still feel the same. But you still want it to end the way that it ends? Is that what you're saying? I'm gonna chop through this a little bit. I want to make sure.
I'll still stay the same.
So this is, yeah, okay. Because right now, you start hook.
It's over. Most days it feels like my time just slips away.
You start on the hook, which is great. I definitely feel like it kind of needs a last hook. I can try to figure out how we could do that. I do feel like it kind of needs a last hook because you start with a strong hook and then you do your one more hook, but then you kind of end. You kind of end on like it's a little anticlimactic. It kind of ends on a longer run verse, and then it's just kind of done into the outro. And I feel like potentially, let me listen to it. I'll listen to the end of the hook in general. But then I'm trying to figure out maybe a way we could end a little bit stronger, maybe with a half hook, maybe like a low half hook with just like one vocal, just so you get one more edge of a catchy, repetitive lyric right there. Otherwise, I feel like it feels a little open-ended as far as structure goes.
Can't complain, wish things would never change. You people all wear masks, but I'll still stay the same.
So that line right there, that's what you're talking about, right? That you're kind of interested in. These people all wear masks, but I can't stay the same. That little pocket right there. Yeah. That makes sense.
You people all wear masks, but I'll still.
You people all wear masks. There's something about that little particular lyric in that rap right there to me that doesn't feel super polished. So I think there's a way that maybe we can flip the word people, have like maybe a different filler right there. And make that a little smoother sounding, because there's something about you people all wear masks. It's that flow right there doesn't feel as like smooth and as engaging to listen to. So I think we could probably tighten up the end of this hook right there. I think that'd be interesting. And then I do want to try to see if there's a way we can change the structure to add a hook at the end, because I do think it'll be more catchy, better retention, better replay value across the board by having one more part, at least part of a hook right there, because that melody right there is really catchy, and we only get it like at the beginning, the first time you hear it, and then later on as well. I'm honestly not mad at that idea. It does. You might limit a little bit of your audience. No, I mean, not crazy, because it is a little bit edgier, but I'm not mad at stuff like that, right? Like a different. Let me hear the lyrics again here.
Oh shit, I'm getting older. Hard time just staying sober. Most days it feels like my time just slips away.
I really like the first part. This first part is good. Oh shit, I'm getting older. Have trouble staying sober. That whole portion right there, I don't mind one bit. I actually really like it.
I'm shit though, can't complain. Wish things would never change. You people all wear masks, but I'll still stay the same.
Something that line doesn't roll off the tongue. So let me.
Oh shit, I'm getting older. Hard time just staying sober. Most days it feels like my time just slips away. I'm shit though, can't complain. Wish things would never change. You people all wear masks, but
you people all wear masks. Let me see. I'm gonna back this up. a little bit.
Feels like my time just slips away. I'm shit though, can't complain. Wish things would never change. You people all wear masks, but I'll still stay the same.
No, we're gonna lock it in. And I'm gonna figure out the rest of the structure here too.
People all wear masks, but
That's what we're here for, man. That's what we're here for.
I'll still stay the same.
I mean, here, how it comes out of the second verse.
Wake up 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit, I'm getting older. Hard time just staying sober. Most days it feels like my time just slips away. I'm shit though, can't complain. Wish things would never change. You people all wear masks, but I'll still stay the same.
Musically attached. Welcome in. Thank you so much for hopping on over on the Purple app. Yeah, I want to hear the transition back into the second, because I do like the counting in there too. I think obviously once this mix structure is a little bit more tighter, or a little bit tighter, that's going to work really well too. I'm going to figure out this line here. Let's go musically attached. Let's go. I love that. Let's go. Okay, let me back it up here, because I want to figure out, like, for me, it's the transition here and then how we get into the outro of the song. It's really important to the structure of it. So I do want to stick here for a second. That's what this is all about. I'm not trying to move on quick. That's what it's all about. I want to get into the details here. Let me hit this real quick.
My head, work on my dreams and wake up 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit, I'm getting older. Hard time just staying sober. Most days it feels like my time just slips away. I'm shit though, can't complain. Wish things would never change. You people all wear masks, but I'll still stay the same. No shit.
instead of saying like you, so like you people is it like it's the people, right? So the word people is just like a little bit more abrasive and plosive. It's a little bit sharper. You could even be like, you could even just soften it to "You're always wearing masks, but I still say the same." Whatever, like even just like softening it to "You're always wearing masks, but I still say the same." Whatever the actual lyric would be. The way that I would approach it, however, whatever lyric you actually end up using, right? You can do this however you want. Having softer verbiage, like softer consonants. It's not "you people," which is a little more like staccato and a little bit snappier. Everything else is really smooth. And, "Oh shit, I'm getting older." It's like a little smoother, a little vibier, and then the people's a little choppier. So that's the line that, yeah, "You're always wearing masks, but I still stay the same." Just even that little part of the structure right there, to me, shifts the energy just a little bit in a way that to me makes it a little more attractive, a little bit more attractive. You could do that a billion different ways, right? There's a bunch of lead-in lyrics that would fit that. What I would look for as you dig into the structure of the song is softer consonants, right? Like the Y's and W's are just like you're always wearing. That's a little bit easier than "you people," right? Like "you people." This is a little punchier, a little bit more abrasive. Look for soft verbiage there that makes that really easy and chill. "You're always wearing masks, but I still do." And however you end that, it's kind of up to how you want to transition out of it. That's what I would look for. Now I want to get to the outro real quick. I want to get to the outro real quick.
So again, not again and again and again. You think you know real ain't kidding. I don't care. Stay the same, no shame. No matter what I say, I'll always be the same guy. I don't care what you mean to me. Your poison for real ain't killing me. I won't lie, got no time. I say it to your face. You crash out on your own. You need help, for goodness sake. So again, not again and again and again. You think you know me, but please don't try again. So searching, almost out of time. Life sure can't be the sands of time. No, lots of friends, that's borderline. Yeah.
Okay, so right here, here's my perspective. I don't know if there's any more beat on what you have. Let me hear. Stay the same. Or if it cuts. Okay, so here's one thing you could do, just as an idea. I'm gonna throw this out as an idea. Let me run this back a little bit. Musically attached. I'll be on for maybe another hour or two, something like that. Another hour or two, maybe. Okay, so really, really quick. So what I would do here is finish out your verse right here at the end. And then I would go into just like the first half of your verse, or even just the second half. You know what I mean? So like, it's like, keep this last lyric really, really high. Sounds good. Sounds good. I appreciate it. This last part here, keep it a little bit more energetic, a little bit higher. And then when the beat goes down, what I would do personally, and if you have access to the producer, I think that'd be helpful as well. I would bring it down to the low guitar again with the layers, and then double that length at the very end. That's only going to push the track to like 2 minutes flat. That's like super easy. Push it to like 2 minutes flat and maybe like 205 tops, right? Something like that. Double that last little guitar and just do either the first half or the second half of the hook right there, and then close outro from that, right? Instead of it just being just the instrumental here and no last hook. It gives you one more catchy vocal. To me, it makes it dramatically more catchy by just having that extra hook right there at the end, even just for a moment. "Oh shit, I'm getting older." You could even like, another option, just I'm gonna throw out ideas so that you can figure out what works for you. But you could even have like the start of the hook and the end of the hook. Like, so you end up here. Bring this down. "Oh shit, I'm getting older. Oh, I'm getting sober. You're always wearing masks, but I still say the same." You could actually do a full hook. If you double that, you could do a full hook. To me, that would be like chef's kiss, right? You immediately go back into the "oh shit, I'm getting older" right here. And you bring it down really chill. "Oh shit, I'm getting older. Had trouble getting sober. You know something, but I just feel the same." Loop one more time. And I still feel the same. And you can even like drop the acapella vocal right there, end with the same, like right there, that one little line. And that allows you to start heavy with the hook, immediately catchy. You get the repetition. You have another hook in the middle there, stack repetition, and then you outro with a low hook. That just, it's going to bookend it with really catchy, good repetition. Your formatting's going to be great. The structure's going to be fantastic. That right there, to me, dramatically changes how catchy this track is, how much replay value you have, how much retention you have over the song, stuff like that, right? So if you do that, in addition to softening the lyrics, like those two things, and then a bounce on your mix, all that good stuff, right? But softening the lyrics, so it's like, you're always wearing a mask, but I still stay the same. Like that line right there becomes like your punchline for the song. Softening those lyrics with a small change, however you see fit, but softer lyrics right there, as well as extending with one more hook at the outro while by doubling the guitar at the end. Chef's kiss, golden. Structure's beautiful. Way, way, way more catchy. Y'all, give it up one time for Mark Santo over on TikTok. Shout out to the family, man. Thank you so much for sending in this track. I appreciate that a lot. I feel like that has a lot of potential. That's going to make it so much more engaging to I promise you, so much more engaging to listen to. And makes it feel less open-ended. Like right now, I feel like it's missing something in the structure. It makes it feel like it's not quite complete. It's not quite all connected and tied together. One, because those lyrics feel interesting on the end of the hook. Fix that. And then extend the hook at the end, immediately far more catchy, far more engaging. So y'all show some love. One more time, Mark Santo in the chat. Let's keep it moving. We got more music to get to. Let me just double check everything over here real quick. Shout out to Mark though, man. It's good to hear your music, and I appreciate you hopping in. Let me just double check this real quick. Just a quick reminder as well, though, if you would like to submit your music, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission. If you're over on the purple app, type !submit in the chat. If you're on the red app, go to the description for the live stream. You'll see everything that you need. And let's see where we're at here. So let's see, we got Manifesta. Let me just double check real quick. Let's see. So the Flyleaves, I don't know if I have. Or who sent in the Flyleaves? Let me know who that is really quick. So let's see. I just got to make sure I get the right people up on the board. Okay, that's you. That's you. Okay, so I do have you on the board. In Manifesta, I have you. So the other one I have. Sorry, I'm just going through the. And then I think August Woods. Let me see. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that I have everybody on the board that's sent in. So let me just double check. I just say the same. Man, if that structure is fixed, that's like annoyingly catchy. If that structure and balance and everything is fixed, and like lyric structure right there is fixed, that's like frustratingly catchy. Okay. I think I've got everybody. I think I've got everybody where they're supposed to be. C Music, I see you as well. So C Music, just double check that you do follow all the steps. So if you are wanting to send in your music, just definitely double check that you start at the top of the form at the link right there and follow the steps all the way through. That way, you know exactly what you need to send in, all that good stuff. All right, we've got Manifesta in the building. So let me get the line back up over on YouTube. I'm sorry, red app, purple app. I got Manifesta, and then I got goodness gracious, Methampheminist. I don't know why that's such a tongue twister for me. Methampheminist. I also got to be probably careful. Like TikTok will start it's already at 4 people. TikTok will start like suppressing things. And they're like, what are you saying? All right, let's get into it. Manifesta, we got you in the building right here. Manifesta, update me on this track. Update me on what you're working on and the structure of it. Just finished producing a demo for this new track. Started this on December 24th, and I feel it's in a good spot at the moment. Getting rap vocals to put over instead of the current mashup of Diet Coke by Fallon. Let me know what you think, and if you think I can add anything else to it. So far, just waiting for the vocals before I add anything else. Okay, so this is just all your production, top to bottom here, with some filler over the top in this current moment. But let's get into it, man. Let's move at a good pace. If you're over on TikTok, do me a huge favor. Let's try to get to 10,000 likes. Make sure that y'all are tapping the screen. If you like what we're doing here at Track Talk, make sure that you're sharing out the live to other people you think would be interested as well. And also don't forget to send in your heart me for the day. It does dramatically help the structure of the live and the exposure of the live. So let me get this downloaded for Manifesta, and then let's get into some more music. Our Fasuli's in the building, bro. I got a problem with the paraphonic poly D. I must have polyphonic. Was looking at Poly D, but dang playing chord will get me crying on that. Is there any cheap on? Oh yeah. So that is the hard thing with paraphonic synthesis is you don't get obviously polyphony. You get basically one each oscillator is all running into like one filter, one envelope, right? It can make it really frustrating try to figure out chords. You can have like delayed hits and you can have some things playing together, but it can be so frustrating to deal with sometimes if you don't kind of practice with it a lot. If you want true polyphony where every single oscillator, every single voice has a full circuit, then you definitely want at least like a 5 or 6 voice polyphony or polyphonic synth. If you what's your budget? Tell me your budget and I'm going to get into the song. And then I'll answer it after I finish listening to the song for the first time. But yeah, tell me your budget. Because that tells me, I mean, you can get $10,000 polysynths, or you can get a $700 polysynth, right? So it kind of just depends on your budget. I'm going to work on it tonight at the stands. Worst case, maybe you can help. Yeah, of course. I got you. 500 to 1,000. Honestly, probably one of the best polysynths. If you're even looking in the Behringer end, get an open box OBXA. Get an open box, or not technically an OP, or yeah. What is Behringer's? Let me see really quick. What's it called? Is there's an OB? I can't remember because they changed their names to random stuff. That's the UBXA. So like an open box is there like $1,300. You can get an open box for like $950. That's probably one of the best sounding. It's a Oberheim. It's an Oberheim clone. But you're going to get full polyphony. You're going to get a really, really amazing open sound, great filters, lots of controls. You're going to get, presets on there, sequencer, arpeggiator, stuff like that. The OBXA is great. Also at about $1,000. What's the other one? Let me see. What is it? I can't think of the name right now. Why can't I think of the name? Let me see if it'll pop up. Are we limited to one song per artist? No, 80K. I've literally had people send in. I've had people send in for like I've had someone send in like almost a whole album before. I've had someone send in like 7 songs, 8 songs before. So yeah, you can send in as many songs as you want. Doesn't matter to me. How far? How far are you booked? If I need the help, I'm not crazy far out. I've got a slate of projects, but they're always recurring, right? So like I'll send out a mix, and I might wait 3 days and get a revision back, and then have 2 productions. I'm doing a lot of session work now too, so I'm doing a lot of like synth tracking and stuff like that. But it's always cyclical, so it depends on what all you need. It depends on if you need like a full mix. That's one thing. If you need production collaboration, if you need session work, that's different. So shoot me a DM, Mark. Shoot me a DM, and then we can talk about like the timeline that you're on and the capacity that I have to do it. But I'm not more than like a couple weeks out, probably, just depending on the depth of the project. Like I have a huge production and an end mix right now that has like 9 artists on it. That project's taking me a couple months because it's just a massive project, constant revisions on different vocals and stuff like that. But it just depends on kind of the depth. Okay, I wanted to find this other track for you really quick. Bjark's in the building. I'm sorry, not this track, this other synth. Why can't I find DeepMind? The DeepMind. I know a lot of people love it. I don't personally have one, but I know a lot of people love it. Both Behringer, if you're looking at the Poly D but you want polyphonic. The DeepMind, I know several producers that have it. Senko, good to see you, man. Thank you for hopping in. I know several people that have the DeepMind that absolutely love it. They have a 6 voice and a 12 voice, so you can spend a little bit more and get 12 voices, but it's still under $1,000. Or you could spend like $600, like 600, maybe $700, and get at least 6 voices, like a Juno 106 kind of thing. And I'm pretty sure it's got like reverbs and delays. I think it has like a Juno style chorus on it, if I'm not mistaken. It's got a lot to it. It's got a lot going for it. So that is one that I would definitely recommend. I don't personally have it, but I know a lot of people that love it. It's hard to get a lot of voice cards and a lot of polyphony for like an analog synth, right? Cheap. Most of them are starting at that, probably $1,500. Like the cheaper ones would be like the Oberheim TO5 or like the sequential Take 5. Those are your like smaller form factor 5 voice polyphony synths. Those are like $1,500 new, and I highly recommend them. I might pick up a TO5 here pretty soon. I highly recommend. They're really, really nice. But if you want a little bit lower, with more polyphony, cheaper build, probably, as Behringer tends to have, but still sounds pretty damn awesome. Look at the UBXA. I really want one of those, honestly. I really want one. I don't know. We'll see. I really want one. It's a pretty sick synth. Or a TO, or I'm sorry, or a DeepMind 6 or 12 voice. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let me clear this really quick. I got to keep going with the music. Let me see where I'm at. Manifesta. Okay. Let me make sure I got this downloaded. That's mixed loud. That's a loud mix. Sleazy, welcome in. We're back.
She on that coke diet.
That vocal's gonna be replaced, right? The Diet Coke. Cool. She on that coke diet. Got you. Line is up on purple and red app. Dude, let's go. Y'all, show some love. Oh yeah, line is up on the other app if y'all want to see the order and stuff like that. Y'all, show some love to Manifesta, dude. Powerhouse production. Let's get it. I got like one little idea. I know the vocals gonna be changed out, so I look forward to hearing what that sounds like over the structure, because it's gonna be obviously a little bit different than what we're hearing here. I'm excited to hear what that sounds like. Production is punchy though. Percussion is punchy. I like this slow kind of portamento bend. It's not technically a portamento, but just like automatic pitch bend moving down. That sounds really nice as well. Keeps it kind of eerie and nasty sounding. But your percussion's really, really clean. Bass doesn't feel too muddy or anything. It's a nice loud mix. You're pushing it. All right, let's run it from the top. I'm excited to hear how this gets built out. This is cool. Because you have this kind of like contrary motion, right? It's kind of going like this, where you have this dun, 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 moving up, and you have this diving, right? So you get all of this like bend and movement that kind of makes you feel floaty. It's got a really cool feel to it, man. So sound design wise, I feel like you're doing a lot of cool things that move well, that bend well. All of that sounds great to me. And percussion's pretty classic. Percussion's pretty is pretty classic. Yeah, it's bendy and movie. The percussion's pretty classic. I like it.
She on that coke diet.
breakdown here. Okay, I want to back it up. Okay, here's what I know. I'm moving through the D sharp minor here. You have the bend down from the F sharp to the D sharp here over that minor. Love it. What I'm listening for over the hook is if there's any way we can very subtly and very lightly bridge the gap between sub bass underneath with like the octave jumps and the bend at the top, because it's this little hollow part in the middle to me that feels like it's missing some size and some power and some impact, right? So you have this beautiful bend over the top. Love where that sits. Even the balance of all of that in the mix. Percussion is beautiful. It's punchy. It's snappy. I don't have any issues with like the balance of the percussion underneath and its relation. And its relation to the bass. To me, a lot of it comes down to like, does it feel full when this big moment is happening, right? So that's what I'm kind of pointing my attention to is like over that D sharp, is there something you can layer, even just like holds on the D sharp underneath it? I'm trying to think of how that would cut in, but it's something that's just gonna... It's just like a plucky, stabby, chorused synth, like right in the middle, maybe filtered a little bit. That just, when this is doing dun, and the bass is moving underneath it, you have like something in the middle of the mix that kind of like pulses in and like carries most of the mids of the track around the percussion. So it's not just like kind of bright and bendy at the top, you know, subby and full down here and a little bit more hollow in the middle. I'm curious how something in that vein, I could do a rolling bass over the stubby, 100%. Something, yeah. So even like, let me see, I'm going to switch this here. The MS-20 has a great one. So I'm going to do the MS-20 rolling bass because that's really, really nice as well. Let me see how that would sound. Maybe an octave above it over the, stubby, the stubby bass. The subby. Let me see. Where's my MS-20? Okay, it's under cork. So yeah, exactly. So this is the one that I love. I use this all the time. I've actually created this patch with the K2. I have a K2, it's an MS-20 clone. Let me roll this up here. It's got a little grit to it. You can open this up. It's nasty. A little bit of like modulation, a little bit of movement in there. The patch on this, it's got a nice little bend to it. But if we like kind of bring this back underneath now, how you could chain this to the kick a little bit into some of the other elements, even like to the hats to create a little off center like duck to it or something. But it could, dude, I love it. I honestly love it so much. It's a really fantastic patch, dude. This is the one I have on here. I patched it on my K2, but that's like my analog synth over here. But it's just the whatever you call it. I can't think today, y'all. It's horrible. Arturia Korg MS-20. I would love to get a real MS-20. Maybe I'll trade out the K2 for a real MS-20, like an MS-20 Mini. Those are great. Do you use Contact? I do not use Contact. Well, I do. Not primarily. I know a lot of people that like live in Contact. I do have a lot of Contact stuff, but I also have a lot of if I'm doing synthesis, I'll typically use either my analog synths or analog emulations of the synths that I don't happen to have. So I have a lot of like Roland's. I have like Roland's full suite. So all of Roland's synthesizers, a full Arturia package, all of their, that covers a pretty broad base of synthesizers there. And then I do have a couple other like plugin suites that fill in pretty much most of the other gaps of synthesizers. Analog Lab is great. It is pretty fantastic. But yeah, I use a lot of Arturia, a lot of Roland. There's some like Waves and Universal Audio synths in there as well. And then if I'm missing something else, like for me, if like I want a mini Moog style thing, I have like MIDI routed back to my Poly D that I can just kind of do Moog style stuff on that synth. If I need, other like brassy synths, I've got the Prophet 800 here. I've got a Juno 106 back there. I have the DX21 on this side. I can do a lot of it in analog to get the texture that I'm wanting. And so I do use Contact a lot, but I tend to use it for like more of like native instrument stuff. Some of like the Spitfire libraries that I have for like strings and guitars and stuff like that, I'll run through Contact. But so I do use it. In answer to your question, I do use it, but it's not like my prominent go-to interface. Spitfire's nasty. They're crazy. I've got a decent, not a ton, but I have a decent chunk of their stuff that I love using. Okay, so if we're off the D sharp, we're gonna create like a rolling octave over here. This is kind of where I'm listening for this layer.
stop on diet coke. She on that coke diet.
Without it, you hear what it's doing? Like, let me see. You might want to manifest if it. You're listening on the Purple app, right? Purple app. You're listening on the other platform, right? Because I hate the audio on TikTok. I'm gonna back it up just for a second, and I'll literally just play the single and the octave. I'm gonna play the single and the octave. Yeah. Switch over. The audio is so much better. It's obnoxious how much better it is. It's so much better. I'm gonna bring this down just a tad. Let me know when you're over. That way I can dive into it for a second, and I'll show you just kind of exactly. I'll throw it to the dot too, so you can see over there too. I'll show the patch over here too. Beautiful. All right, yeah. Here's the MS-20 patch over here as well. I love it. So all I'm gonna do, literally all I'm gonna do, is just play the high D sharp, and then B section, low octave. And I'll let it play. I'll do the full first like A section to the hook with that. So high octave, move it down to the low octave. There's still a lot of rolling there. There's still a lot of like high end attack and kind of grit and fuzz right there that I love. And then on the B section, I'll take it out and you'll see what's missing. That's like, for me, that's a lot of how I can like determine what a production needs is I'll put something there and then I take it away. And if it feels like it's missing something pretty dramatically when I take it away, then I know I probably need to have something like that in there, right? So let me play this build up one more time. I'll do an A section and B section, and we'll hear the difference.
She stopped on the diet coke. She on that coke diet.
Low octave. You could be back another couple dB. Let me take it out. You can hear how much it's missing now. Like, it needs that warmth. If it's not there, you get like a dramatic chain. Now, again, I would polish this patch. I would tuck that into the mix. I'd probably chain that to the kick, give it a little bit of a pump and a little bit of movement right there. But it just gives you so much more warmth. And as soon as I pull it out of the mix, it feels like everything just so much. I kind of want to pitch down the high octave of the bass. Yep. Let me see. Let me see. Low octave on the B section. I feel that. Because you could technically follow it here, but it's going to be a little funky. Let me see. I would have to create, so what you could do, let's go here. We'll go with three note pitch bend range. So let me back it up. Yeah. I'm going to do a 3-note pitch bend range. That makes it really easy. Hold up.
She on that coke diet.
Just follow there. B section. Follow the same pitch bend down here for the 3. And just like follow that energy so the whole track is. and everything kind of settles right there over the D sharp. Cleo, welcome in. Thank you so much for hopping in here. So you can start here, pitch bend down, and then the low octave. You have all that energy down there, and then when it's not present, you hear the difference. It's gonna make your like lower moments here down to the piano a lot more attractive. So this is way more dramatic now because the dynamic range is so much fuller. Let this build. I like all the sound design here. All the sound design here is great. I'm excited to hear with the new vocals. To me, it's filling in those mids. It's like the most important part to me. So start octave up.
She start to diet coke. She on that coke diet.
Pulse it with the kick, side chain, nice and light. Low octave. You could layer with the high octave still there so it doesn't empty out too much. Because without it, you feel how much you have like sub, bright, and then a lot of open space right there. So even with this like low octave, you can still hear it filling in some warmth in the mids and low mids. It really does add a lot to just the structure right there. That to me is like it. Like you've got good structure. The vocals are going to change, so I'm excited to see how that works. You said it's going to be a rap vocal over this. I'm excited to hear how that works in the context of this because that's a completely different like perspective, right, than the Coke diet right here. So I'm excited to really feel the changes in the background here, having a different vocal over here, but just having some other layers. You might even want to have like two, right? Like have two layers of like one that's sitting here. So when you move to the low octave and walk down, you layer both. You're layering both octaves on top of each other, as opposed to having to just have one and switch to the low octave. You might want to have two tracks there. But that alone, something similar, right? Rolling bass that kind of fills in the mids and low mids right there, because everything else is slicing through. Your percussion is great. The mix between like your sub and your percussion is fantastic. It's not muddy at all. It's not muddy at all. If you want a good reference, I'd listen to Diamonds by Martin Garrix or Arsonist by Gnome. Let me see. Oh, let me see. Man, I haven't listened to. Okay, let me. Whoops. Go back here. Same key? It is the same key. That's funny.
Line them up. All these strobe lights are shining enough.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That makes that makes perfect sense. Dude, brilliant. I love it so much. And it's gonna fit. I was trying to figure out how that was gonna work in there. Dude, that makes perfect. Dude, it all lines up. That all lines up for me. I was like, okay, how's that gonna work with like a typical rap vocal in there, and how that would kind of fit in the structure of what you have? That makes all the sense in the work. You get that rhythmic structured vocal over a really, really high production structure, big, bendy, nasty sounding. Dude, I can't wait. I can't wait, man. Y'all, show some love. That is Manifesta in the building. Manifesta. Thank you so much for sending in that track, man. I appreciate it so much. I'm excited to see how that track forms. Now you got me hype. I'm excited to see how that track forms. That's going to be really, really fun to pay attention to. So y'all, please show some love to Manifesta. They've been on TikTok and the Purple app over here, back and forth. Show some love to them. Make sure that you follow them, support their music. Wildly talented producer, really, really talented composer. So definitely show some love to the family. We love you, Manifesta. Great job on that track, man. I can't wait to hear how that evolves. All right, let's get the next one up here really quick. A quick reminder: if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see everything that you need. We got Methampheminist in the building. Do it, Manifesta. Do it. I'm excited. You got me hyped. You got me hyped. It's always fun. We get to play a little synth in here too. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission. If you are on the purple app, type ! submit in the chat. And if you're on the red app, go to the description. You'll see all the details that you need. And if you have never been here before, maybe you're passing by, or maybe you're lurking in the background of the stream right now, and you have never, been a part of the Track Talk stream, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. My name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. So the perspective of the stream is to just offer tools from that perspective. That's really what we're here to do. This is not a quick review, trash or pass, rating or poll. This is a long form, 20 to 30 minute, detailed, deep dive into the structure of your music. We will talk through whatever, best serves you and gives you the most help that you need when it comes to the structure of your music. So whether that's mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song structure, that's what we're here to help with. So if you are interested in that, you can just go to the link and read through some of the details there. Make sure you get yourself up on the board, just like all of the other amazing artists that we've had here today. Feminist, it's your time to shine. Hop in the chat. Let me know some details here, and let me get the details up here really, really quick. Let me make sure I've got the right. I think the Flyleaves is y'all right. I'm pretty sure. Just remind me really quick, just so I make sure I've got the right song here. I get confused between all the different names. Let me get this downloaded. I'm gonna have that stuck in my head. Let's go. It's called For You, and that's my artist name. Beautiful. All right, let's get this downloaded. This song is called For You. It's downloading right now. Let's get that where it needs to be. Let's get out of there. Okay, let's see. Okay, hey bro, trying to send this again. A demo I wrote, performed, and produced myself. Not done yet, but I think you'll get the idea. Okay, beautiful. So this is the Flyleaves, which is the artist name for Feminist, who's right here in the chat. Any details beyond what you have here? So you wrote, performed, and produced it, and you're currently it's not done yet, so it's not mixed yet, but will you be doing the mix on it as well? So everything that I'm hearing so far is all the Flyleaves. Let's get into it. I'm excited. But yeah, any other details you want me to know? Drop it in the chat, man. Is it my first time hearing you? You said trying to send again. Maybe the file wasn't going through right or something like that. But if it's my first time hearing you, dude, welcome to the family. I'm so glad you're here. I'm excited to get into this track. Let's go. Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate it a lot. This is For You, and this is the Flyleaves. Let's dive in.
I thought you'd know by now how far I'd go.
Nice.
For you, for you. I thought you'd know by now how long I'd wait.
Really nice.
For you, for you, for you,
You played all these instruments?
for you, for you.
Beautiful. Great job, man. Awesome. There's like a nice B3 in the background. That's nice.
For you, for you, for you.
really, really nice, man. This is great, y'all. Please show some love. Show some love to The Flyleaves, which is Methampheminist right here in the chat. Thank you so much for sending this in. I appreciate that so much. Beautiful structure, beautiful vocals, instrumentation, absolutely fantastic. Let's dive into some details. Let's dive into some details here, man. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some of the layers here. What are you using to? I mean, there's a lot of really good, like maybe some sampled, but also some live instrumentation here. Talk to me about what you're using to record, and like what it looks like for you to like produce music and record music and stuff like that, man. This is really well done. I'm excited about the structure of this. This is great, like movie music. It's placement ready. We just got to, of course, balance position and stuff like that. There's some mud that can be clarified pretty easily, just through some like mid-side technique, some EQ technique. But this is great, man. It's really, really well done. Love some of the Foley too, the birds. Like it feels very airy, very open.
I thought you'd know by now how far I'd go for you, for you. I thought you'd know by now.
Do you have like, because I was looking at your page too, you don't have any like videos of you playing, right? Or anything like that? Do you not really promote your music much? I found you. Or do you have like a Flyleaves? Not really, that's crazy. Do you have a Flyleaves plays? A Flyleaves page. That's crazy, dude. You're really talented. I found you, no, unknown. Spotify. So I want to check out your Spotify, dude. I want to see what you're doing. This is really good quality writing. So I want to see. It's crazy that you don't promote your stuff, man. The Flyleaves. It will get better. Flying high. Is that you? Yeah. Dude, come on. 7 monthly listeners, dude. You're crushing it for the level of quality that you have. You need to get on. You need to get on your personal promotion of your music, man. This is a shame with how talented you are. I mean, like it's really good writing. It's really good writing. It's really, really good structure. Looking out for you. I'm gonna tap through it. Yeah, you get a little Beatles vibe. Soft dead drums, a little like 60s sound design, chorus guitar. Like this is cool, man. Sorry, I feel like I was just trying to figure out. I was like, man, how this is really, really good quality, good structure, good stuff like that. You gotta get it out there. Guitar solo, dude. Please bring back guitar solo. I added one of my more recent songs. I was like, dude, please bring back guitar solos. We need guitar solos. Okay, let me get through the song. Let's get into the song. We can talk about a couple little quick things, but man, you gotta get yourself out there, man. You gotta put yourself out there. Not even just to like build the quality of your music and structure and stuff like that, but like you've got to get on getting this stuff out there, man. Because I strongly believe you could have some really, really, really cool opportunities come your way. When it comes to your music, man. Seriously, I feel like you're a high demand style right now for so many different things. So I'm excited for this, man. I barely get accepted. Yeah. So one thing I would say is just that's like those are such shots in the dark and stuff like that. I say this all the time. Like I've gotten into a couple Spotify editorial playlists before. I think 3 that I know of. One the biggest 2 that I got in were like 450,000 followers on the playlist. The other one had like 375 or 350 or something like that. Those were not submitted to, and they happened one of the songs called I'm Gone. One of those songs had it was placed in that playlist 2 years after I released the song. It wasn't pitched. I didn't send it to anyone. It was literally it wasn't like after I released and I pitched it through Spotify for artists and whatever. I didn't do anything. It was 2 years later. I literally was like helping someone out, like doing some odd jobs after work, and I was like helping clear out some storage units to like get organized. And I told my wife, I was like, hey, can you just like hold the phone really quick? I'm just gonna like lip sync this like shitty quality, like blurry video to my song I'm Gone. It was not a good video. It was not a good video, but it was a pretty good song. And that song, that post did not go viral. It was not pitched. That post got like 500 views. Like it was not like, oh yeah, and I got 100,000 views and then it got placed. That video literally got like 500 views. 2 years after it released, it got added to the playlist that night, and it was on the playlist for about a week, and I got like 25,000 streams just from that playlist alone. The same thing happened with another song of mine called Falling For It. That song was placed in another big editorial playlist at like 350,000 streams or 350,000 followers. Same thing, about a year and a half after I released the song. Was not pitched, was not paid for or anything. Like, it was just random. Another video that got 500 views, 400 views, and it got placed like that. I posted the video that night. It was the next morning it was in a playlist, because I saw like, I checked my for artists, and I had like 3,000 more streams, then 7,000 more streams, 8,000 more streams. And that one got about 18,000 streams within that week as well. And neither of those were pitched. It's so random. It's so random. And I don't have big followers anywhere. I don't have anything to like, it was random post years after the release of those songs. So I would focus so much more attention on just putting your music out there than trying to force the system. Oftentimes what happens with these huge playlists is they are not people trying to find like you know what I mean? Like when I was on that playlist, I got, my monthly listeners went crazy for a second there, right? I got like 20,000, 25,000 streams on a song. And did my followers go up? Maybe by 5, I don't know, 4 or 5 people, something like that. Like I got like 20,000 streams, huge playlist, 450,000 follower playlist. Maybe 4 or 5 people ended up following me. I got those streams, and then monthly listeners went, had a couple thousand, whatever monthly listeners, went down to nothing again. You know what I mean? Because the people weren't a fan of me. It's a passive playlist that people throw on all the time to just find popular songs or like underground artist or whatever the editorial playlist was. And so like more than anything, like that was helpful for me to get like $30, I guess. It was cool to get like $50 in streams or whatever it ends up being, $13 in streams, whatever it is. It was helpful for that. But at the end of the day, nothing beats you putting your music out there. And it will most likely lead to more of that anyways, right? I think people try to go direct. They try to kind of bypass and just go direct and pitch, or pay for playlist curators, which your distribution tells you not to do anyways. I don't know if you're doing that, but for anybody out there, don't ever pay for a playlist. You could get your distribution cut, or just wipe all of the money off of any of your streams. So don't pay for anything. But even if you're just like pitching to editorial when you're doing releases and stuff like that, then just push the song like crazy. Just push it like crazy. Don't worry about, your fans of it and stuff like that. I would also just, this is my nugget, and then we'll get a little bit deeper into the song. I would personally make sure, because the feminist thing that you have there, let's go, Rob. I love it. I'm going to try symphonic, maybe on I'm with DistroKid right now, and I have been for like 12 years. I've had 0 issues with them, but they also are kind of annoying with their fees. I'm interested in trying symphonic. Symphonic is the other one that I typically recommend for people. I feel like they're the most above board. They have really good distribution, really good ownership. They're very responsive. I've been able to talk with some of the people that are with them. So I'm very interested in working with Symphonic. That would be really cool. Yeah. The only thing is I need to sign with them as a label or something like that, because I have multiple things that I've released under and that I have like deals with. So I need to make sure that I could release under multiple names and stuff like that, because I know initially it's just one, but maybe they've opened that up again. Anyways, that's a side note. I need to be able to bring on collaborators really easily and and stuff like that, and have multiple names. But yeah, I'm very interested in symphonic. I recommend them all the time. The thing I like about DistroKid is that they're so broad. They're one of the biggest, with of course like TuneCore and CD Baby, but with DistroKid they do have like file replacement that's really easy, so you can replace without having to update your ISRC codes all the time. They have some things that make it really seamless to work with them, but they have fees for everything. They have fees for everything, and so that is a bit of a nightmare. So I sometimes don't recommend it for that reason, but they're pretty reasonable. They're not bad, and they've been great to me so far. But anyways, all of that to say, I would highly suggest you're with Distro too. Okay, beautiful. I would suggest having a Flyleaves account if you don't already. I know you're on Spotify, but I think the Feminist account that you have has great exposure for what you've been able to post on there. And just the kind of like algorithm you've been able to curate over there, where you have a couple things go viral, gets you a lot of lots of followers and stuff like that, but nothing connected to your creativity or nothing connected directly to your music that pushes that. And the algorithm can get really funky, and it can get confused, because you're like, all of a sudden you're posting these like viral things or what. I haven't seen the posts yet, but I saw some viral posts. You have some stuff that's done amazing, but if it's really disconnected from something else, your audience won't interact. And the problem is you might have a lot of followers, and then you'll post music stuff, and it'll dump your algorithm completely, because none of those people are there for that. So all of a sudden your engagement gets shot, because all of a sudden you have a lot of followers and big posts that are happening, and then people that don't care about something else, and they don't engage at all, and there's no retention. And the next thing you know, any time that you post your music, you get like nothing from it. It's just crickets, as opposed to an account that is built off of your creativity and it's built off of your brand for your music, and you push that forward as much as you want to. That's what I would recommend. Even if you start small and you just like post once a week or like something easy, just slowly start to put your music out there. You're really talented, and you deserve far more than the 7 monthly listeners that you have. You deserve some good movement for your music. But I think so many people are just going to find you through like your personality. Like they're going to find you through like just your charisma and you as a character and you as an artist. And I want people to do that connected to your music. So I would, keep it small or whatever, but I just have like personal accounts that I do just for random stuff, but you deserve to get some traction for your music. And I don't want any account, or algorithm limitations to restrict that, because man, you genuinely, I could see people using your music in their content. I could see people like really pushing you. And that's another great thing about having your own account, is you connect it to your Spotify for Artists, you connect it to your other accounts, so that your music is actually listed. Like if you go to Mike, just as an example, just like really quick, because you'll be able to do this too. If I go, so like if I go, here's like my account right here. It's backwards on the screen a little bit, but if you go all the way to the left side, if you go to the left side on the screen, I'll throw it up again. Focus. Come on, bro. There we go. You can see it list all of your music. And so you can keep track of like people using your music and pin it to the top. So when people go to your page, if you have something go viral, there's literally a tab that connects all of your music. That's all going to be the most beneficial if you have an account for your music. If it's like random stuff, then it's not really going to add up. But if you have an artist account on there and you connect your artist account for Spotify and Apple and all that stuff, then it's all in a line right there. And so people find you through your music. They go to your profile. They see all of your music pinned right there and listed at the top constantly. They go to your link and it sends them to your music. It's the cycle is a little bit more engaging. I would highly recommend it, man, because you definitely deserve it. Let's get into this track a little bit deeper. Sorry for the rant, so.
I thought you'd know by now how long I'd wait for you, 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 for you.
Love the movement here. Love the introduction of the organ in the background there too. It's beautiful. The thing that I would just be careful of as you're building more and more of the song structure and you're adding in more of like the bass and the energy right there, I would just recommend to make sure that you're not triggering your compression or your limiter too hot on your master or like some of your buses in there. Because what's happening is that bass comes in and the bass is so loud, you could balance it a little better too, and position some of your low end elements a little bit more strategically, carve some of that far low end if you need to give you some headroom. That bass comes in so hot compared to the vocal that it's triggering your like compressor, probably your limiter a little bit, and it's squashing everything. So as soon as that, so the vocal's clean and clear, you'll hear it here. Pristine, clean, clear vocal. Love it. Love everything about it. As soon as the bass comes in, you're going to hear that vocal go, whoom. It's going to get yanked back in the mix. So the bass comes in, triggers that limiter, it knocks everything down 6 dB, and that bass feels really full and gritty because it's triggering, it's clipping a little bit, it's triggering that the limiter and trying to push past it, and that vocal just gets ducked way back in the mix. And so then you lose all of your clarity, you lose all of like the distinction between the different things in your mix there. Like this all sounds beautiful. Lovely, really forward, it sounds great. And then right here, bass comes in. You just feel it take a bit of a back seat right there. So control over levels, making sure that, if all of those instruments are going to a bus, your vocal layers are going to a bus, and those are compressed, just watch your reductions, watch your thresholds there, and try to, especially in this style, you want it to feel very open and very organic sounding. If you start to hear, at least in my opinion, especially kind of, early 70s, 50s, and 60s sound design, stuff like that, like dead drums, tight acoustics, chorus guitars, stacked doubled vocals, stuff like that. You want it to be very like clean and clear. Like it's very easy to distinguish everything that's happening in the mix. But what happens if things get over compressed or over clipped, either on your bus or all the way through into your like mix bus and master? If things start to get like over suppressed, it glues everything together. That can be a good thing if done subtly, but it makes things feel very much like homogenous. Like they're all a blob of sound right down the middle, right? And you lose all of your clarity and all of your distinction between the different elements. All of a sudden, I just kind of hear music, good music, right? I like what I'm hearing, but it just all kind of comes at you in a blob in the middle, as opposed to this really clean, distinct tone all the way across the board. So I would make sure, like, let's say you have an instrument bus and a vocal bus. On those, for something like this, where you want it to be very transparent processing, I don't want to hear compression necessarily. Now your effects, you can have a little bit more broad, but I don't want to like hear compression. I don't want to like hear the EQ happening. You want it to be fairly transparent sounding. I would try to max out at like 2 dB on your buses for compression. Use it as glue. Use it as like connective umbrella, for those sounds, so they sound like they're together and they're tied. Same thing with saturation, right? Like, but on your compression, keep it at like 2, let's say 3 dB max of reduction on that. Getting over to the master with like a limiter. On the limiter, if you have it set at like -1 or something, try to max out at about 1.5 dB, and are welcome in. Max out at like 1.5 dB of reduction there, 2 dB tops. If you have a compressor on the master, try to again, for transparency's sake here, try to max out at about 1.5 dB, 2 dB of compression. That way, every stage that you have is just controlling and gluing. It's not making any major stylistic choices. If you're getting 5 dB of reduction on any one of these, you are feeling it and you're hearing that control in the mix. It's making a very stylistic decision for you that you can tell what's happening in the mix, right? Where it ducks the vocal way into the background, it triggers the limiter and it's reducing amplitude quite a bit, stuff like that. So I would make those super subtle and super transparent so that you barely know that they're there. What you notice is that everything sounds together. It sounds controlled. It sounds like it's all tied together and under the same roof, but not necessarily that you are hearing like the punch and the pump of a compressor, right? So that would be my recommendation, is kind of loosen all of that up. And when you loosen it, it sounds too crazy. You're like, well, I needed to compress that much because the bass was cutting through. Turn down the bass, carve some energy out of like the subharmonics at like 60 hertz and below from the bass, right? Like if when you loosen that, you're like, well, now it's out of control. That's where you can come back into your mix and say, well, this needs to come down. This needs to be carved. I need space for the acoustic. There's too much low end in the acoustic when the bass is in there. So maybe I'm going to carve 80 hertz and below out of the acoustic so that the bass can kind of sit right under it. and then turn the bass down by 2 dB, right? Leave some space for all these different elements. I think you'll be much more cohesive. That's kind of the main thing. What's up, Tribalist? Patrick, welcome in. That's like the main thing that I hear in this whole record is I hear some of the processing going on because it is kind of suppressing some of your vocals and stuff like that. But stylistically, structure-wise, vocally, I love absolutely everything that I hear in here. I think it's beautiful. I think it's really, really well done. I think you're very talented, man. So my goal, because you're so talented and I love everything that you're doing, is I want to hear all of those elements in the mix. And I want them to be like distinct and clean and clear, just because each of those elements are so good and they're so valuable to the mix. All right, let me skip into this last section here because I think that rant pretty much covers all of it. Dude, of course. Seriously, I love what you're doing, man. It's a vibe. It's like my wife loves this style of music too. I love this style of music too. We listen to a lot of stuff like this. So I think you're on the right track. I think you have tons of potential, but we got to get clarity back into the mix so it's not so muddy. And practically speaking, we got to put the music out there. We need a page that people can find the Flyleaves. It's also a great name. Like, I think you have so many things going for you. You have so many things going. It's a great name. It's a great aesthetic. Now it's just kind of like branding that, it's like, now it's like I want people to like hear this music and see you and see your page and it all line up and it all point in the same direction and not feel like you're doing too many things that feel disconnected. You know what I mean? Like, I would love for people to like see this and just fall in love with your music and your charisma and your personality, and it all makes sense for the artist that you want to be and not be so connected to maybe to the methampheminist side where it's a completely different aesthetic than your music is. That's my like loose recommendations there. I got you musically. Let me throw it up there. I got you. Love it, dude. Love it. Beautiful harmonies, beautiful placement. Y'all, show some love. Please show some love. That is Methampheminist over on TikTok right now. But the artist's name is The Flyleaves. You can find The Flyleaves. Flyleaves is one word. You can find them on Spotify. So go like their music. Go show some love. Go follow them over there. Add it to your playlist. Boost the numbers. All that good stuff. Go show them some love and support. Genuinely love what you do. I'm like shocked you don't have more movement for your music than you do. You're a great musician. You've got great instincts as an artist. I'm very, very impressed with what you're doing, man. So y'all, please show some love. Please show some love to the family. Thank you so much for sending in this track, man. I really, really appreciate that. Let's keep the music going. Let me double check a few things here really quick. Marlito, I got you. Do. So catchy, so well done. Let's keep it going. I think, okay, that's you, Marlito, right? I feel you there, and I'm bad. Like I used to be. I work so much right now just on other people's stuff. I find it very challenging for me to promote my own music, and that's one of the things that I really want to work on going into 2026. That's my. I don't really believe in New Year's resolutions. These just do stuff, just get better over time, all the time. But it is one of the things that I have an aim to improve on in 2026 is I promote my stuff all the time as far as just like my business, right? Because that's what I do for a living. So I'm constantly, showing synth videos and playing stuff and talking about stuff, but it's fairly rare that I consistently day after day after day after day promote my music or promote my instrumentals or promote other sides that I want to grow. It can be really challenging. So you hold each other accountable, right? Like this year, we got to put yourself out there. Like if you have a dream, if there's something you would rather do over anything else out there, then put it out there. You know what I mean? Like you don't exist if you don't show yourself to people, right? So you can put all this time and all this effort and all this energy, all this money behind your craft, behind your music and learning these things and creating a good structure for your music. And then it just floats away into the atmosphere, right? And so I highly, highly encourage you, man, to start, buckling down on like what you want to do, how you want to present yourself as a band, as an artist. Because it's not easy. It's not easy. I get it. It takes a lot of It takes a lot of bandwidth. It takes a lot of time. I mean, like I make YouTube videos. I make content, and I also work full time as an engineer, producer, and session musician, as well as streaming on top of all of that. Like I'm doing so many things. Finding the mental bandwidth, the creativity beyond me doing stuff for clients is nearly impossible for me sometimes. Where I'm like, I'm working so much on other music. I don't know how to be creative for me sometimes. And you just have to like consciously carve it out. You have to like consciously carve out space and time for you to do what you want to do, right? So if you want it bad enough, then you just gotta take the dive. You just gotta make it happen. Gotta make it happen. Terrified to release stuff all the time. Yep. Sometimes you just gotta pull the trigger, just let it go, and then move on to the next creative thing. I don't do well sitting on creativity for a long time. So I kind of hate sitting on songs for a long period of time, but I have just this last year because I really haven't had time or energy to put music out. But this year it's gonna change. All right, let's get into these next tracks here. We got Marlito in the building, and I've got the other one from 80K as well. The line is up on the board. If you would like to submit, I've got time for literally just a handful of tracks here, and then we're gonna close it up. But let's get into this. So we got some notes. from Marlito. Let's get into it. Thank you so much for hopping in over there as well. But one more time for Methampheminist. Again, the artist is The Flyleaves. Go check them out. I'm excited for you. I really appreciate it. Y'all, please make sure that you tap the screen over on TikTok as well. It does help the algorithm as well as the heart music shares, all of that. It really does help the algorithm. All right, this is Marlito back with more songs. Let's go. I've been MIA for a while now, but I'm super excited to show you my tunes that I'm co-producing with the person I've originally worked with on the song Thunder. Beautiful. Let's see. This is not fully mixed or mastered yet, as my producer is currently on it, but some notes I would like to share. The vocal chops in the drop will be more electronically sung than what we currently have there. Where you sing the vocal drops. Okay. At a minute 12 to a minute 17, it did feel a little empty since there were no vocal ad-libs that I had in this previous super demo I made. I decided I want to find a way to add our vocal chops there or harmonies or something to fill in the empty space. At 2:30, I tried to add a cheesy outro for giggling and saying ready for round 2 to end the song, but I cannot hear it as much. I was going to have the producer add that part to the very, very end of the song to lead into the next song or make that vocal outro more prominent or heard. I'm planning to make a continuation to Night Heat with the vibes called Love Language. Beautiful. So it's going to be like a journey of a record that the songs connect through the record. I'd like feedback on what else I can add to spice up the song. Let me know. Vocals should be finished, so it's just instrumental. Beautiful. All right, this is Night Heat by Marlito. Let's get into it. Thank you so much for sending this in. It's been a while since I've heard your music, so I'm excited to dive into this. It's downloading, and it's here. Let's go.
My skin's a wildfire glowing in the dark. Waiting for you, baby, yeah, I got a head start. Whispers down the line, I'm out in every part. The air is heavy, thick like honey, molten hot and running down. Over the edge, yeah. We're burning, no need to stop. Your touch is a spark. We're rising up, it's night heat. I can't cool it down. In your arms, I'm lost and found. You find me.
I like that synth. There's that little spot.
You're the fever I got spreading through my face. Sweat dripping off every cut you trace. So baby, make me hallucinate. The sheets are tangled, flicker light up the candles, fading out.
Yeah, the vocal's clean.
We're burning, no need to stop. Your touch is a spark. We're rising up, it's night heat. I can't cool it down. In your arms, I'm
Cool sound design, cool structure. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all, please show some love to Marlito. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. We're not going to waste any time. We're going to move at a good pace. Let's run it. This is cool. It's a great sound design. I love the structure. Amazing vocalist on this as well. Her layers are great. These brassy stabs of synth sound beautiful. I hear some of the empty parts that you're talking about. And for me, I think it could be like your chord structure, beautiful. Chords and percussion to bass. Just feels really in line, really, really dynamic. I think there's some really strategic little pops and textures and stuff that you can bring in to fill in some of the gaps of it beyond even vocal ad-libs to just give it some texture and some character to keep the movement moving forward, maybe a little bit on the percussion, but I think largely with like your synths and stuff too. So I want to mainly talk about that. These vocals do sound really good. They sound dynamic and polished and bright and airy. And then I can hear some of the things that you put into the notes there as well. But let's run it from the top and let's get into the details. I like the structure a lot. So like even I'm gonna you know the deal kind of at this point. I'm gonna toss out a bunch of ideas. Feel free to let them all, brush half of them off. Kind of what I'm hearing is like, I just want it to feel like there's a little bit more nuance to it, like a little bit more extra flavor in there. So it doesn't feel too rigid or too strict of like, here's this moment, here's the synth, here's the vocal, and it kind of chops forward. Now, all of the stuff that you have here sounds beautiful. I love everything about it, but I kind of want to hear like, even here in the intro, I'm going to run it back to the intro for a second. I would love to hear like a sweeping, like 30-second note arpeggio on like a bright, kind of tiny, shimmery, little thing that just like moves up really, really quickly. Kind of like in between some of these lines, like something with a bunch of really shimmery reverb on it in between some of these takes. And it can be really far back. It even be like panned outside, but I'm trying to find some ways that it doesn't feel too dry in some areas. To have fun with the instrumental since I had a demo I sent. Beautiful. Yeah, I honestly, I love everything that I'm hearing. Yeah, perfect. So like here. Dry maybe. Like a really fast triple octave, like dotted 30-second that just goes really, really high. I can't do it with my voice, but it's a really high little shimmery thing that just like floats up to the top right there, way in the background, just as some like ear candy. You know what I mean? Just some ear candy that kind of floats, and you do it every other time so it doesn't take away from those stabs. Dun 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 dun. Dry. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dry. Dun 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 dun. You know what I mean? Like just like little textures, and it can be way back there. It doesn't have to be super prominent. It's like the little ear candy sound design stuff that I'm kind of interested in for this record. Maybe last line. Like you can like have like little teasers in there, right? So like you have like that early thing, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Ear candy is like my favorite thing. And I think if you do things too much, it becomes too much, right? If you have that every line, every chord, you have a little arpeggio that's happening and a sequence that's happening, then it's like, okay, it loses its impact. But if you do it every other time and then start the verse completely dry, and on the last line, you bring it in again, right? So it's just teasers and little sound design elements here that keep it kind of interesting and engaging, and it also helps fill in the gaps. It helps keep the movement going forward, so it doesn't feel like too dead and too dry, where it's like it's just bass, drums, and vocal, and there's not a lot of additional filler or energy without being too much, right? It can be quiet, it can be back there, it can be auto-panned, whatever. So you start here, all dry, right? Keep all this like simple, no arpeggio. Even simpler maybe. Just like that, right? All dry. Last line. like and that helps you with your transition, so you're not just reverse reverbs and risers. You keep it dun, 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 and it's like your floater. That's like your end line every time. Gives you a little teaser, gives you a little transition, and it's like a little bit of a callback every time that it comes back into play. A secondary hook, kind of like in the instrumentation. Something like, it can be different than what I'm talking about. Something like that, just to kind of get your wheels spinning. Like, what's something we can do that's a little teaser every time that it happens? It's a little lead in, it's a little transition that just makes the end of each verse, your A section and B section, a little more interesting, a little bit more engaging without taking over. I don't want it to take over, just want some flair, you know, a little sauce in the middle there. There's makes it kind of interesting. Okay, let's keep it going. So same thing here, right? So we have this big stab, right? This boom, 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 like, you know, big energy right there. You got a saw stab, these brassy synths in there as well. How can we, on like our last line, add one little bass line or one little synth movement that just is a connector? So it's not just stab and pause, stab and pause, stab and pause, although it sounds amazing. Because again, from the preface that all of the sound designs are great. None of it should be changed. I love everything you did. What can we add? What can be like an additive here that makes your ending lines like a little bit more interesting? So we have these big stabs. What can we do on the last one? A little bendy synth that only sits in that pocket. That's very popular in like more like hyper pop and like a lot of like kind of electronic pop that has more digital sound design, less like, you know, less like Jack Antonoff, Sabrina Carpenter stuff, which is very analog and kind of vintage sounding. And this is more like modern pop that has a little bit more of a structure and glitch to it. I think it's nice to have, you know, players that that kind of play in very specific pockets. It's not a lot of everything happening at the same time. There's not like a sequence that's happening the whole hook. It's very like dun, 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 like everything's kind of, you know, popcorning, filling in its own void. I think if you can do that a little bit more, it'll feel a little bit more connected while still really interesting. So that's kind of what I'm listening for here. Let me back this up just a hair. I want to hear this hook again. So boom. Right, like it's just dun, 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 like little fillers and connective tissue, like a portamento there, and then that connects back to the chord again, bum, 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 boom, 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 like a little, yeah. It's exactly. It's a little connector, a little connective tissue between the background there, and again, it can be far back, it can be wide, it can be connected. You can figure out exactly how you want to fill that in. Exactly. So it feels less bum, 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 bum. It's again just good sound design. Love it. And it's not super harsh. Like the sound design's really good. I like the way that it sounds. It'll just feel a little bit more connected. It'll be bum, bum, dun, 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 bum, bum, dun, dun, bum, bum. Dun, 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 boom. Like it's just like a little bit more connective sound design. And each time that hits, you could change synth, right? Like each time, like that one little line that you have could just be only at the end of the hook. It could be just on the second stab. You could find however that works for you, but the idea is that you have like some little connection. Look, I want like one or two dry stabs because it does give it a lot of impact. Like one or two really dry ones, bum, dry, bum, bum, and then do 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 bum bum dry, bum bum do 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 bum bum. Like most of them are still dry because you want that punch, you want that drive, but you have a couple little things. Exactly, Contra just said over on YouTube, Red App, sorry, TikTok, that it gives it life, gives it color, it makes it feel a little bit more interesting. You get to add a different sound design so your production feels more broad, gives it a little bit more life. And you also get to fill in some of those gaps. Little things like that. Again, these are not like hard rules. They're just like things to get your wheels spinning, to get your brain working a little bit of how can we bring this to life a little bit more. Let me skip a little bit farther forward. Those are a couple little notes I think would be really interesting to hear. You're the fever I get spreading. Great vocals and stuff too. The layers are great. I like where they're positioned. That sounds awesome. From my face, sweat dripping off every curve you trace. So baby, make me lose it. was in okay, beautiful. And also just yeah, of course. I will also say that it might be even better. The whole stream is saved to YouTube. The whole stream is saved to YouTube. So if you at the end of this live, I forget exactly what episode it's going to be. It'll just take me 2 minutes. 2 minutes at the end of the live. I'll retitle it, and you can just literally go to my Track Talk live stream playlist, and it'll be like episode 23. And you can literally find the whole stream there. You can go back, screen record, send them the stream if you just want to send them the stream and like a timestamp, and they can just go straight to that part. Sometimes that makes it a little bit easier to where you don't even have to worry about notes and screen recording and stuff like that. Or if it glitched at all on TikTok or whatever, you can literally just yeah, dude. Of course. That makes it. I've started doing that like a couple months ago, or like a month or so ago, maybe. That way, every single one. Yeah, exactly, Contra. That way, every single one of the, if you ever need to go back and find like a spot you forgot about or a detail of the consultation or whatever, the whole thing is saved over there. And then sometimes I'll post clips, like sometimes I'll post tighter clips and stuff like that. But anyways, side note, just in case. It makes it a little bit easier sometimes than like screen recording, but still trying to type. So half the screen recording is like you trying to type on the chat. And like, I know that it can make it more complex. At least it's just like a clean screen over there. All right, let's get into this last little section here. This little, this beautiful arpeggio going up. Like it's a great little vocal run up there. I would love for that to carry a little bit more weight in the transition as well. Just because that moment has an opportunity for big dynamic shift, and it very much so kind of just floats into the last note because the sound design's already pretty big, and I want that vocal to feel kind of forward, kind of punchy or whatever, and it falls way into the background. I would love for that to have a little, it's a great vocal run. It's a great transition. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Either this, Twitch or YouTube tend to be the best. YouTube is really, so far, I've had probably the best luck just because ads are annoying on Twitch sometimes, unless you're subscribed. But on YouTube, it's usually really clean and clear. All right. Like that's a beautiful, that run right there. That's beautiful. I love it. I would love for that to be a bigger part of the mix. Like her transition right there being like forward, being dynamic, and maybe even supported by another's, supported by another melody, like a little fuzzy saw underneath, stack of like unison saw with some little bit of portamento on it underneath it to kind of follow that vocal run and just give it like this big wave of energy leading into the last hook. Because right now it's like a really dynamic vocal run, but you actually lose a lot of energy when it happens because it just falls so far back in the mix and you lose the production energy. So I would find a way to like keep that energy moving forward, cut all of the production and then just like match it and push it really, really far forward. That's why I come to you for some ideas because I haven't really thought. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I love that's one of my favorite things to do. Is talk about production structure and things like that. So yeah, just finding a way to like support the vocal, push it forward, make that instead of a background moment, make that a forward moment. She should shine right there. Give her a forward moment, give her a really, really nice lift at the end of the song there, and then make this next hook even more dynamic by chopping here. I like this emptying out. So I think like a big hook with some filler, like we already talked about, and then maybe empty out just like you did. Empty out this part of the structure right here, so it feels a little simpler, a little vibier. I like that you changed sound design here. I don't think I would really change it that much. It's all love. Thank you so much, Marlito. I appreciate you. Like I like this right here. This is a good pocket. It's nice and growly. I like it. Let me hear this real quick. I was trying to find a way that you could maybe cut before she does that little nice little vocal line right there. But I think it's too tight with the production. Like what if you didn't? I'm curious. You literally feel free to ignore this, but I really like her last vocal line. It would be cool to go a cappella for that. That little last line that she does right here. Right here. Right there. So you have the right here, and then cut. And that's just like it's like a cappella right here. Exactly. You just right after the 2, 3, 4, whatever vocal line, whatever like run that she does right there, and it's like a cappella. You just cut the beat right there, brass cuts, dry vocal, no reverb or whatever, like really, really tight. Dry it up right there, and let her vocal just do the last little tail right there. You don't even have to worry about like I will say that this does change a little bit of your outro right there. I mean, I like the idea, but it does change kind of the idea of your direct transition. Play around with that however you want to. Like I like the idea, and I think it would sound really good because her vocal's already there. It literally takes, this is a 45-second revision where you just go in and you cut some instrumentation and dry up the vocal. 45-second revision gives you a really cool outro. But it does kind of change the vibe of your transition back and forth right there. So you decide how you want to make that happen. And if you want to find, I can acapella the outro after the run. Yeah. So you figure out how that works in the song and how you want to transition it. But I do think it's a cool idea. You could always do a save as, try it. If it doesn't work, if it doesn't work with the transition you want to do, then you can always bring it back and do the straight. It sounds fine with this outro. I do like the vibe of it a lot. Y'all show some love to Marlito. I love what you do. I think you're so talented. I genuinely love what you do so much. Your sound design is great. Your tracks always feel like placement ready, sync ready. They're dynamic. They're really impressive. They have good automation, punchy drums. There's so many things that I love here. I think what we could fill in, we can make it more vibrant. We can make it a little bit more snappy. And I think if you just do a couple little things in here, polished transitions with the vocal, polished outro, and then a couple little sound design kind of nuggets in there to spice it up a little bit, you're going to be absolutely good to go. Y'all, please, everybody give some love to Marlito. Show some love, show some love. I absolutely love what you do. Give it up for the family, y'all. We are about to close it out. This is our last song of the day. Yeah, shout out to everybody you're working with too. Your producer's awesome. Let them know. Your producer's awesome. The people that you're working with, the team that you've got working on these projects collaboratively, they're so talented. Y'all are absolutely amazing. Please let them know. Very, very well done all the way across the board. I love so much of what's going on here. It's very, very well done. Vocally, all of that stuff. All right, we got to close it out here, y'all. This is going to be our last one for the night. 80K, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here. And absolutely anytime, Marlito. I appreciate you. I appreciate you sending that in so much. Last one of the day. We're going to close it up. 80K, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here. I'm going to keep the line up. There's Contra. Got you. I'm going to keep the line up over on Purple app and Red app right now. I got to go do some Android, but I really appreciate your tips. We'll see you next time with the other 7 tracks I got in the future. Let's go. I appreciate you so much. Have an amazing rest of your evening, morning, whatever it happens to be for you. Y'all, please definitely make sure that y'all are tapped in. All right, 80K. Let's get into it. Let's pull up the email. So catchy. All right, this is a remix of Star Wolf's battle theme from Star Fox 64 and Star Fox Assault. Song is about 85% done with minor tweaks coming down the pipeline for balance and EQs. Vocals are samples from Smash Bros, from Wii and Smash Ultimate. Let's get into it. If there is anything that you want me to direct my attention towards as far as this breakdown, let me know, 80K. But let's get into it. This is Feral Maneuvers by 80K. Let's dive into it. Let's get it downloaded. Last track, y'all. This is the last track for the day. Let's get into it. I like the fuzz. Overdrive. Sure. Perfect.
Playtime's over, Star Fox. What's the matter, scared?
What's up, Chaos? Welcome in, man. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. I love it. Hyped. I'm hyped. It sounds crazy. It sounds crazy.
You're good, but I'm better.
Controlled chaos.
Weaklings, alarm.
Nuts. Killer, man. Y'all show some love. That is 80K. Let's go straight into it. We're moving quick. We're getting straight into it. I'm not ranting too much. We're diving straight in. That is Feral Maneuvers by 80K. Let's get straight into it, man. The thing I'm trying to keep in mind with this too is I do not want to over clean up. I do not want to over clean up this track, right? Because it's kind of supposed to be a bit of a noisy, controlled chaos, and I don't want this to feel too sterile. I need it to feel the way that it does, while also getting some level of clarity and balance to it, right? So that's where my attention's at. Is I don't want to remove the noise, because the noise is a part of what this is supposed to sound like. It's a part of the genre. It's part of what you're creating, while still being like, how is this somewhat palatable? Like, how is this still going to make sense to the average person? So that's what I'm going to listen for. Let's dive into it. Feral Maneuvers by 80K. Let's get it. Yep, exactly. It's so that core has to remain. That core has to remain. I love the overdrive of this intro. After I'm gone, welcome in.
Playtime's over, Star Fox.
You can hear the side chain right there, or like the LFO like catches up a little bit. It's like an interesting kind of like delayed swing to it, and then like that. It kind of like catches up and relatches to sync right there. It's really interesting. It's like you kind of start off like off balance a little bit, and then it like locks in for a second. It's really, it's kind of a, I don't know if I've heard too much of that. It's a really like clean transition to kind of locking back in. I like that. And then it's locked in right on the grid, quantized again. from a just balance standpoint, I think that synth right there, again, coming from the perspective, I like everything that happens to be in there. It's just as noisy as it's supposed to be. We just got to watch levels so certain things don't feel completely out of whack, right? So for me, levels and balance is going to be the biggest thing. That synth right there needs to come back, I think, by just a couple. It needs to come in. It needs to feel vibrant. It needs a little bit more energy, but I don't want it to be just louder than everything else. So I would probably bring that synth in. It'll add energy. It'll make it feel bigger, but we need a little bit more headroom so we can make everything punchy and loud. So I would bring that synth down by probably 2 dB, 2.5 dB, just kind of back under control. So you hear it add to the mix without completely taking over everything. Yeah, I'll talk about drums here in a second because I completely agree. So I think all of those leads right there, they're doing what they're supposed to do. That they're just a little bit hot, I feel like. So they come in and then it kind of becomes all that you can perceive. So I would just have those, this 3 cents. Yeah. You can hear kind of like these like overdriven square. It's kind of like off the middle here and then some other layers to it as well. I like it. There's some detune. There's almost like ring modulation. There's a lot of like energy that I actually really appreciate. But I think because they're so wide and so forward, it just kind of takes over everything. Some of that intentional. It is noisy. It's kind of crazy sounding, but I still want it to be palatable. I still want it to be listenable. So you don't want to like come in and then people like kind of turn it down. It's the last, you want people to turn it up, right? You want them to feel the whole thing. So I would just probably bring those back by a hair, 2 dB or so that they're there. They're still loud. They're still noisy. They're still wide, especially when you triple up on that layer right there, but they're not over the top. I think 2 dB. I think 2 dB is enough to just like tuck it, but not lose its prominence. It still is your lead vocal, right? It still is like your lead element here. So I still want it forward, but try like 2.5 dB and see if that doesn't feel a little more connected. And then also if you in tandem to that, increase tension on the drums and prominence with the drums, I think that will be a good trade of energy. So it's not too bright and noisy and crazy sounding up here, and then there's no weight to support it underneath. You pull those back a hair. It's barely noticeable, but you pull it back a hair. It feels a little bit more glued together, a little bit more connected, and we punch up and beef up the drums a little bit. Immediately, I feel like exactly. Like if you take away some of the high end, not high end EQ wise, but just elements there, some of those mid and high end elements right there, the drums will feel more prominent by default. So that's why I would start there. Start there because those are so forward. And then if you need to beef up the drums, you can push them forward a little bit.
We're gonna have fun with this thing.
Like right there, you barely hear the drums come in. So we'll talk about that in a second. They're pretty soft right there. That middle, really, really tight, like gated LFO, that probably can come back just a little bit too. We just need to trade energy a little bit here. That can probably come back, let's say 2 dB. That's a fairly noticeable swing, but not enough to like pull it out of the mix or anything, right? You'll hear it soften, but not necessarily be too sharp. That really big pulse right down the middle, that can probably be rebounced a little bit, just slightly.
What's the matter, scared?
Yeah, like right here, the drums feel bare. Yeah, there needs to be a bit of a change in under. We definitely need the drums forward here. They're very, very soft here.
What's the matter?
Kick and snare specifically. I think the hi-hats might be fine. Hi-hats might be fine, but kick and snare definitely need a punch forward. So I would start by perfecting the sound design of them too. So just make sure they sound exactly how you want them. If they do, then push them forward. But I think you could probably beef them up with a little bit of saturation, just a chunk, a little bit, because everything's pretty like glitchy, distorted, overdriven. So the drums having a little bit of that inherent to it and some harmonics to it could be nice. So I would maybe add just a hair of saturation to like kick and snare, like a drum bus. Give it some crunch, give it some weight. And I don't mean like over saturate. Like I don't mean like go crazy saturated and distorted, but just a hair. You might already have some on there. Just a hair more of just like kind of crunch and texture and character on the percussion. And then, so it's not like harsh and brittle when you push it forward. And then I think they probably still need like 3 or 4 dB. Like I wouldn't mind. I mean, it's a drum heavy track, right? Like this should be percussive forward. I would love to hear more of those drums in the mix because they're there and I like what they're doing, but they feel pretty soft.
Scared?
Like compared to that, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, compared to that, the drums are like way back. So like that can be rebalanced. Drums can push forward with a little bit more weight and harmonics. Like just a little shift in energy there will be pretty dramatic. Because that's why like in the gaps, it starts to feel weak. Like when you cut out that synth and it's just boom, and it's in the middle, it feels very open because those drums need a snap. They need a punch. Same thing with these leads. Yeah, I think it's all like this. To me, we're talking about a lot of different things, but to me, they're not complex fixes. That's the good thing. We're talking about a lot of different times in the song, but I don't think the fix is super complex. I think all of these same leads, all of your like lead synths and like main pulsing synths in the middle, they can just be balanced back just a hair, 2 to 3 dB. They can come back just a hair, 2 to 3 dB. And you can beef up the drums with a little bit of weight, maybe even some compression, but like a little bit of weight, you know, saturation, compression potentially, and forward by 3 or 4 dB. Put the drums a little bit more forward in the mix, a little bit more power, less ringing and less noise, and you'll immediately have like a more balanced percussive movement right there that I think is really, really nice. The hi-hats is not too crazy in the double time section, right? I don't think so. The hats to me are fine because they're pretty shaken. You know, like they feel a little bit softer. They're not as like pointed and transient. You know what I mean? It's not like an 808 hat or 909 hat. Like they feel a little softer. So I really don't know because everything's busy. So I don't mind that it's busy and noisy. To me, it's just levels. I don't mind the hi-hats. I don't mind the hi-hats. To me, it's like lead versus drums. Lead group of synths versus drums. To me, that's the biggest thing. Low end sounds pretty nice. Bass sounds pretty full without being too muddy. Yeah, high level lead instruments versus percussion and the weight that they pull in the mix. To me, that is absolutely the main thing. Like right there, dun, 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 dun. If that's back 2 or 3 dB and the drums are forward 2 or 3 dB, immediate shift in energy. I bet you it sounds so much more driving. And you can probably even push the mix a little bit harder if you need to get a louder master, just if it needs it. But yeah, I think that's really that's the tail for the whole thing. Nice. It's killer, man. I mean, it's really, really cool. Your sound design is nuts. Y'all, show some love. That's the family. That's the family. That's 80K. 80K, thank you so much for sending in this track, man. You're a beast of a sound design creator. Like your synthesis, your sound design is absolutely, absolutely nuts, man. You should be incredibly, incredibly proud of what you're doing. So y'all, don't worry too much about clipping as long as you're strategic with it. If you're strategic with it and you know, if it sounds okay, it sounds okay. Don't worry too much about it. If you have a limiter at the end, set the limiter to -1 dB, lower the threshold until you're getting a dB to 2 dB tops, and then stop right there. If you need to soft clip into it, you can. That can help give you a little bit of extra leg room. I'll tell you what I use for soft clipping, if it's helpful, and then we'll get out of here. Right here, let's see. And this is not some like trick or something like that. I just use it with an ozone. This is usually what I use. This is what I use for my limiter at the end of my chain. Whoops, where did it go? Here. So this is what I use for just my limiter. So typically on my master, I'll have like some EQ, some compression, some saturation, and a limiter. I'll just have like one of each of those. If I need something more in depth, maybe I'll have a couple more elements. Like maybe I'll have like really specific, very tight EQ curves and stuff like that. But typically it's just like 4 or 5 plugins that I have doing barely anything, like literally barely anything. I'll have a compressor that's getting like a dB of compression. I have a tape saturator, like a Kramer tape or something like that, just peaking the preamp by like a dB or 2 to get some harmonics in there and help shave off the top so I get a little bit more headroom. Like I just have a couple stages of control. EQ, maybe a Pultec on there, a little 60 hertz, a little 12 hertz to get some air and some weight, barely on there, like a dB and a half, right? 2 dB. It's just kind of polishing the whole structure that I have, but I'm not really making any major stylistic decisions on the master. Last in the master would be Ozone. Typically it's what I use for my limiter. I just like the control. It does a good job, and I can read if I need to read integrated LUFS, I can right here, so I can see exactly where things are hitting. But this is like here, so I'll just bring the ceiling down to about -1 dB. That's usually where I put it, and it works well, and I usually get things pretty loud. And then I just pull down this threshold right here until I'm seeing down here, I'm seeing about a dB to 2 dB tops of reduction, 2 dB at the max of reduction right there. And then if I need to, you can go right here. You can soft clip right here. I can turn this on, and it'll set a threshold where past a certain point, it'll introduce some like harmonics and some saturation, and it'll help control that top end and push the signal a little bit louder. And you can do it very, very low. So this right here is about 3 dB below this threshold. It'll start soft clipping. If I want to go a little bit harder, I can go here. So if I go here, I think it's like 9 dB. Yeah. So in this case, 9 dB below the threshold will start breaking up. Soft clipping here, it goes about 30 dB. So it's really heavy. And then I can control the mix. I can control what percentage of that signal is clipped right here. That's helpful. That's helpful if I need loudness. I don't, in most of the mixes that I'm doing, I'm not worried about loudness too much. I'm usually hitting like -8 to -10 LUFS, and it's pretty loud. I'm not too worried about trying to get anything crazy. Your mix is going to be loud regardless, but a plugin like this can help. Like I bet you if you just put this on like medium and put it at like 20%, you would feel your whole mix just get like just kind of fat and juicy. You know what I mean? Like it's just going to get really, really dynamic. It's going to get loud, and it's without, too much noise or too much distortion. So clipping can be used to your advantage. You can be strategic with it. But this is typically what I use. If I need a soft clip, there's like orange clipper and gold clipper. I just haven't paid the money for them. If I don't feel like I'm really missing something, I don't really mess with it. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm missing it. I don't feel like it's something that would like change my life. So I just use the simplest route. I haven't bought new plugins in a long time. I keep doing what I'm doing. I'm trying not to just spend a bunch of money on like Fab Filter 5 whenever it comes out. I'm just like, no, Pro Q3 works beautifully. It does everything that I needed to do. I really don't need anything extra beyond that. So that's a little bit of a strategy there if that's helpful. But all right, y'all, I'm going to close it up. I love and appreciate y'all so much. 80K, thank you so much for sending in that track, man. You're a really, really talented producer. I appreciate what you do so much. So y'all, thank y'all so much for joining the stream. Just quick spiel before we hop off. I'll see if Maximum does that. Let me see. Because there's a bunch of other, let me see. That's the limiter. Let's see which one I have here. Maxim is the one I have in Pro Tools. I don't know if that one has maximum. I don't know if I have though. I have a bunch. I have so many limiters. Let me see. Just real quick. Pro expander, pro limiter, L1, L2, max volume, maximum. I have not the waves one, right? Like I have this one. But this one doesn't have just like an inherent strict. Yeah. Oh, I think another one, the one that's stock with FL, I think. Yeah, this one right here. There's a couple that I use occasionally, like even just like right now, I just have L1 from Waves on the master now. It's not doing anything really, just kind of there as a limiter, but that's what I have on there. Yeah. See what it has, but there's other things that you can do. I wouldn't worry about it. If you have like a really light compressor before there on the master, and you have a limiter, you don't need much. People obsess over the master. You just need loudness. If you're getting loudness, if you have a decent balance to your mix, like right now, those synths are stealing headroom, right? So like when those are really, really loud, those are clipping the top. If you pull those back and push drums up, you're gonna have a little bit more room to push your mix a little bit louder. So you should be fine. I'm not worried about it. All right, a quick reminder, y'all, just for those of you who don't know before we hop off the stream, my name is Torvik. I do work full time as an audio engineer, producer, and session musician. musician. Those are the services that I do every day and that I do full time. So if you are ever interested in services, if you're ever interested in working with me as a client, whether for full production packages, mixing and mastering, I do a lot of session work. So I do a lot of like synth tracking. You can see them behind me. I've got like 13 synths in here, 12 synths in here, something like that. If you ever need synth tracking, I've got live drums, vocals, electric, acoustic, and bass guitar, whatever it may be. I do a lot of session work in here. So if you are ever interested in those services, just reach out to me through TikTok, through Instagram, or through my website, theobsidiankey.com. You can just find me through the contact form there, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can to hopefully be able to work with you. We can talk about your budget, your timeline, stuff like that, and hopefully get into the details of what you're wanting to work on. But y'all, I love and appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all so much for all of the amazing music and just, gifts and support and everything today. I appreciate it so much. Hopefully I will see y'all very, very soon. I most likely will not be live tomorrow, but I will probably be live the day after that. Tomorrow, the day after is evening, Sunday evening. But I won't be live tomorrow most likely. But I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I hope we'll see y'all very, very, very soon. Peace.